No matter what age your child is, you want the best for their future. What do they want to do after graduation? What career path do they want to take? These questions can be overwhelming. That's why you should ask them this question. What's your E? Seminole County Public Schools ePathway program is designed for your student to choose their own path in life from as many options as we can offer. Whether they're looking to enlist, enroll, or be employed, we're excited to help you and your child make it happen. Want them to enroll in a college or university? We'll help you find the best school for them to continue their education. Learn about grants and programs to help your child obtain their degree at a pace and a cost that works for you both. Are they looking to go straight into employment? Discover a variety of trades and skills that will propel their future. They can learn aviation maintenance, automotive repair, culinary arts, and more to hone their talents in growing industries. Is your child interested in enlistment? We'll help them find the right path of service, whether it's military, law enforcement, fire response, or EMS. They can serve the community while learning skills that will last a lifetime. What's your E? Explore options with ePathways by visiting us online at the link below.
Mr. Cortez, he's a bright young man. When I first met him, he was kind of timid, but I've grown to learn more about him, the struggles that he's been through, the transformation that he's been through in the last 5 months is incredible. I'm actually really proud of him and what he's gone through and how he's changing through my program.
I joined JROTC by accident. My guidance counselor suggested it. I didn't want to do it at all, but had to do it. I planned on just joining a semester, and I ended up loving the course, the instructors, every one of my friends that I've made here in JROTC, and my whole high school life is just surrounded basically on JROTC.
Cadet Cortez, like I said earlier, he's a lot like some of the students who come in here. He does have a lot of natural leadership ability. I think ROTC gave him an opportunity to use that in a course, in a class with students of his peers. And because of that, he's had a very good rapport with other students, extremely beneficial. It's a great leadership opportunity for him. It's also a great leadership opportunity for people around him to see how he acts, how he takes care of himself and other people. And the leadership that he does, he gets into a common ground with these students and explains how things should be done. They look at him, they don't look at him as he's any different, they just look like he's doing it better. So he's leading by example, which is a perfect example of what we want for students here in ROTC.
Well, before JROTC, I was kind of bad kid, rebellious, didn't listen to my parents, I didn't want to really be in school. Joining to ROTC, the instructors taught me discipline, they've taught me how to be a better version of myself, and throughout the years I did become a better version of myself, became more respectful towards elders or peers around me. I became more aware of other people's feelings, as well as how to deal with certain emotions of mine and how to lead overall.
And he started to excel, and he started hanging around with the right group of people who helped him excel. And in the end, he took his natural leadership ability, accentuated it, and became a leader inside the Air Force Junior ROTC program.
So I also wanted to join the Marine Corps because my dad is ill and he has many kids, and I know that it will be a struggle for him to pay for all that college tuition for us, and I just want to help him out. So I know that the military helps with schooling, and I just know that I want to make him proud. I want to make him proud that he has an excellent son and that I will succeed. So I think that joining the military and being able to succeed throughout not only military but university as well will be very excellent for myself and for my family.
No matter what age your child is, you want the best for their future. What do they want to do after graduation? What career path do they want to take? These questions can be overwhelming. That's why you should ask them this question. What's your E? Seminole County Public Schools ePathway program is designed for your student to choose their own path in life from as many options as we can offer. Whether they're looking to enlist, enroll, or be employed, we're excited to help you and your child make it happen. Want them to enroll in a college or university? We'll help you find the best school for them to continue their education. Learn about grants and programs to help your child obtain their degree at a pace and a cost that works for you both. Are they looking to go straight into employment? Discover a variety of trades and skills that will propel their future. They can learn aviation maintenance, automotive repair, culinary arts, and more to hone their talents in growing industries. Is your child interested in enlistment? We'll help them find the right path of service, whether it's military, law enforcement, fire response, or EMS. They can serve the community while learning skills that will last a lifetime. What's your E? Explore options with ePathways by visiting us online at the link below.
Mr. Cortez, he's a bright young man. When I first met him, he was kind of timid, but I've grown to learn more about him, the struggles that he's been through, the transformation that he's been through in like the last 5 months is incredible. I'm actually really proud of him and what he's gone through and how he's changing through my program.
I joined JROTC by accident. My guidance counselor suggested it. I didn't want to do it at all, but had to do it. I planned on just joining a semester, and I ended up loving the course, the instructors, every one of my friends that I've made here in JROTC, and my whole high school life is just surrounded basically on JROTC.
Cadet Cortez, like I said earlier, he's a lot like some of the students who come in here. He does have a lot of natural leadership ability. I think ROTC gave him an opportunity to use that in a course, in a class with students and his peers. And because of that, he's had a very good rapport with other students, extremely beneficial. It's a great leadership opportunity for him. It's also a great leadership opportunity for people around him to see how he acts, how he takes care of himself and other people. And the leadership that he does, he gets into a common ground with these students and explains how things should be done. They look at him, they don't look at him as he's any different, they just look like he's doing it better. So he's leading by example, which is a perfect example of what we want for students here in ROTC.
Well, before JROTC, I was kind of bad kid, rebellious, didn't listen to my parents. I didn't want to really be in school. Joining to ROTC, the instructors taught me discipline. They've taught me how to be a better version of myself. And throughout the years, I did become a better version of myself. Became more respectful towards elders or peers around me. I became more aware of other people's feelings, as well as how to deal with certain emotions of mine and how to lead overall.
And he started to excel, and he started hanging around with the right group of people who helped him excel. And in the end, he took his natural leadership ability, accentuated it, and became a leader inside the Air Force Junior ROTC program.
So I also wanted to join the Marine Corps because my dad is ill and he has many kids, and I know that it will be a struggle for him to pay for all that college tuition for us, and I just want to help him out. So I know that the military helps with schooling, and I just know that I want to make him proud. I want to make him proud that he has an excellent son and that I will succeed. So I think that joining the military and being able to succeed throughout not only military but university as well will be very excellent for myself and for my family.
It's very loud. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. If you'll please take your seats, and we'll get started with our meeting. Good evening. First time I've used the gavel.
Ladies and gentlemen,
May we have your attention, please? May we have your attention? Chair is speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Please take your seats if you can find one, and welcome everybody. I'll call to order the meeting of June 6, 2023. And this evening, Member Garrick has the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair. June marks a special time in our nation. It is a month to celebrate freedom. We celebrate Juneteenth, the day that all enslaved people were proclaimed free. It is also the month in which we recognize our LGBTQIA+ community. In recognition of June's importance, I would like to share the Langston Hughes poem, Dreams. Hold fast to dreams. For if dreams die, life is like a broken winged bird that cannot fly. As we move forward with our meeting tonight, it is my hope that we remember that our work is on behalf of every student in our schools. It is work that enables each student with their individual traits, challenges, and talents to fulfill their unique life goals and dreams. And now if we could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please let the record reflect that Vice Chair Sanchez, Member Pennick, Member Garrick, Member Davis, and myself are present, along with School Board Attorney Cole Palmer and Superintendent, as well as our Board Clerk. This evening, we have a couple of acknowledgements. Ms. Katie Murphy from Seminole County Council PTA, wave your hand. It's a full-packed audience. Thank you for being here. Michelle Jones, Seminole County Council PTA, thank you too for being here. Superintendent, do you have any agenda modifications this evening?
Yes, I do. The addendum for a good cause is marked on the electronic agenda by a green flag named addendum item. I am pulling two items, 6J and 6K. There are two items that will be coming back to you. There are some language modifications that we need to seek.
Thank you. And board members, for a reminder, the roll call order is Member Pennick, Member Davis, Member Garrick, Vice Chair Sanchez, and then myself. Board members, do you have any agenda modifications? Member Pennick?
No, ma'am.
Member Davis? Member Garrick?
No modifications.
Vice Chair Sanchez?
No modifications.
And I
thank
have none, thank you.
you. Motion to approve. Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. We do have an RFQ for architectural services. Member Sanchez, I understand you're interested in serving on that?
Yes, I am.
Okay, if we'll let the record reflect. Thank you. Superintendent, do you have any presentations?
We do. We will start with our Veteran of the Month, who is Ms. Saunders, and will be introduced by Principal Showalter.
Thank you.
Taylor Sanders graduated from the United States Navy boot camp in Chicago, Illinois in 2013. She then went on to graduate at the top of her class in Builder A School in Gulfport, Mississippi in 2014, promoting her to Petty Officer 3rd Class. Upon graduation, she was sent to Port Hueneme, California to join Naval Mobile Construction Battalion 5. While attached to the NMCB 5, she studied for her CB combat warfare device and completed all the necessary field exercise training and earned her warfare device in 2014. After receiving her warfare device, she went on to deploy at Yokosuka, Japan, to demolish and rebuild a seawall to protect the nearby housing from flooding. While on deployment, she used her knowledge of the CB combat warfare to instruct and train all her troops so that they would too receive the warfare device after completing field exercise training. After her first deployment, she started attending college classes, majoring in organizational management to expand her knowledge on process improvements and understandings and how to manage different types of people and personalities. While in Homeport, she became the first expeditionary warfare qualified person upon bringing the necessary training to the battalion. Petty Officer Sanders then went on to instruct all the troops in her company and become the ground commander for her convoy security element. During field exercise, she would plan routes, instruct all members of the battalion on how to navigate the routes, and lead the troops through hazardous areas and building clearings. She went on to deploy at the Philippines and Vietnam as project manager to build schools in an effort to rebuild relationships with the countries. On her deployment to the Philippines, she picked up a rank and became a Petty Officer 2nd Class. They built schools throughout the areas that would usually require kids to walk 5 or more miles to school, or sometimes not even have schools at all. She took great pride in handing over the keys to new principals and watching how happy the kids would be that they were getting a brand new school. Throughout her 6 years in service, she was a convoy security trainer, financial instructor, CB combat warfare specialist instructor, expeditionary combat warfare instructor, building instructor, and even a sexual assault and prevention representative and instructor. She went on to complete her bachelor's degree in organizational management, and at the end of her service, and then completed her master's degree in business administration a year later. Wanting to continue the selfless service to our country and the love for teaching, she became a high school math teacher at JROTC Academy after hearing that the school did not have one and the kids were all struggling in math. Please congratulate and thank you, Petty Officer Sanders, for your service to our country.
Good evening. We'd also like to take some time this evening to recognize our Florida History Day winners from Seminole County. Sponsored by the Museum of Florida History in Tallahassee, Florida History Day is an annual statewide activity that enhances the teaching and learning of history in middle and high schools. It was held during the week of May 7th, and the first and second place winners from Florida History Day will join winners from the other 49 states, District of Columbia, and our U.S. territories as they compete in National History Day. This national contest will take place June 11th through 15th at the University of Maryland. And National History Day promotes history in the classroom by offering students the resources and support to do original research about people, ideas, and events of the past. The curriculum supports project-based learning approach. So with that, tonight we're going to recognize the Seminole County student projects that qualified for National History Day. This year's projects were based upon the theme of frontiers in history, people, places, and ideas. First, we'd like to recognize Anna Young from Seminole High School. She will come forward. Her project was a first place in the senior division for individual exhibit for Frontiers in Korean History. We'd also like to recognize Ratika Balwali from Sanford Middle School. She received second place in the junior individual documentary division for cochlear implants, an idea worth hearing. And then finally, we will recognize, I don't think they were able to join us, but if they're here, they can come on up. Joshua Goodman and David Yu from Millwee Middle School. They had a second place project in the junior group documentary for Louis Armstrong, New Frontiers in Music. So we want to recognize that.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Beeman. Continuing with the celebrations, Seminole County Public Schools has been once again ranked #1 in the state of Florida in STEM career preparation. Tonight we are honored to recognize students who have achieved excellence in showcasing this learning alongside their own creativity and ingenuity by completing exemplary original science research and engineering projects. Please join me in recognizing the amazing accomplishments by these students, as well as acknowledging their families, science teachers, and mentors, and science fair program staff for all they do to help us earn the title of Seminole County. So we'll begin with our middle school awardees. We have 2 students who were unable to attend, but both this past fall were named to the top 300 in the country for their prior year's project in the middle school national science fair called Broadcom Masters. The first was Simon Chung, who was a Sanford Middle School student and is now at Seminole High School. And we also have John Lee, who was a Jackson Heights Middle School student and is now attending Haggerty High School. Simon's project was wildfire analytics, what conditions led to the most damaging wildfires, and John's was governing factors in improving electrochemical hydrogen production and a new MOS2 electrode development. Okay, so we'll move on to our next student, who is Ankin Doss from Sanford Middle School. His project, a novel-shaped memory alloy-based mobile robot for surveillance and planetary explorations, won second place in the Intelligent Machines, Robotics, and System Software at the Florida State and Science and Engineering Fair. Next we have from Jackson Heights, Udip Mitra, whose project, the use of deep learning to aid the early detection of ptosis in the eye and as a possible indicator of other serious diseases and disorders, won second place in the Biomedical and Health Sciences at Florida State Science and Engineering Fair. Finally, in middle school, we have Hannah Seth from Sanford Middle School, whose project was facial recognition using Python. She won second place in the Mathematics and Computational Sciences category at Florida State Science and Engineering Fair. Moving into our high school category, we had Bunmeet Singh, who's not able to join us tonight. He's an Oviedo High School student. His project won first place in engineering in our state's Lockheed Martin Science Challenge. His project title is Enhanced White Cane Object Detection for Visually Impaired Individuals Using Improved Sensors and Modules, Year 2. Good job to Bunmeet. Next, another student from Oviedo who could not join us tonight, Ella Pilasek. Her project title was Using Pavlovian Conditioning to Promote Attraction of Honeybees to an Endangered Orchid, Year 2. She won second place at our statewide Nelson Ying Science Competition from Orlando Science Center. Also from Oviedo High School, we have Jenna Leese, whose project won second place in the plant sciences at Florida State Science and Engineering Fair. Her project was titled Effective Lunar Highland Simulant, Particle Size on Marigold Root Structure and Growth. She can't join us tonight, but we'll give her. Okay. Next, from Winter Springs High School, we have Arvid Vaidyanathan. His project was anti-static and anti-reflective solar panels for a dust for use on Earth, the Moon, and Mars. He won second place in the physics and astronomy category at Florida State Science and Engineering Fair. Next, from Crooms Academy of Information Technology, we have Kevin Perez, who won first place in the Mathematics and Computational Sciences category at the Florida State Science and Engineering Fair. His category is Cryptographic and Empirical Evaluations of Strong Goldblock Conjecture with Sieving Algorithms and Fourier Transformations. Great job. Our next students we're honoring for a few different things. So we have Moitri Santra from Oviedo High School. This spring, her project, Development of Novel Basal-Derived Biotherapeutic Nanoparticles for Potential Drug Delivery Applications, won second place in the Plant Sciences category at Florida State State Science and Engineering Fair. And this past fall, her project, Innovative Engineering Tools for Controlling Harmful Algal Bloom, was named to the top 30 in middle school national competition called Broadcom Masters, where she competed with her 8th grade year's project. In a week of STEM challenges, her project placed second in the country among middle school science research for the category Technology. Really moving, isn't it? Yes, okay. Next, we have another student who was not able to join us tonight because she's, I'll brag, she's going to MIT and she's working with her admissions counselor. Kira Henricks from Oviedo High School. Her project, Analysis of the Microplastic Removal Efficiency of Synthesized Ferrofluids and the Development of an Automated Prototype for Aquatic Environments. This past fall was named to the top 10 in the International Spellman HV Cleantech competition. This past spring, she won first place in oral presentation across all science disciplines at the Florida Junior Science, Engineering, and Humanities Symposium. She went on to the National Junior Science and Humanities Symposium, where she placed third in the country for chemistry. And she's had her research accepted this year for publication in the Columbia Junior Science Journal. Okay, and our final student from Oviedo High School, we have Ishika Nag. Her project, Development of an Engineered Face Mask with Optimized Nanoparticle Layering for Filtration of Air Pollutants and Viral Pathogens, was named to the top 40 in the country for the National Science Research Competition, Regeneron Science Talent Search. She had her research published this year, and as of this spring, also has a patent pending. And, and most recently was one of only 3 graduating seniors in Florida to be named a 2023 U.S. Presidential Scholar. Next, in the fall, Ishika will be attending Harvard. Thank you.
Jill just leaned over to me and said, now top that. So I don't know how I can do that, but I tell you what, as the high school assistant superintendent, it gives me great pleasure to stand here tonight and continue the recognitions of our great students and the amazing accomplishments of our athletes, student athletes, I should say, and the work that they did to earn state champion or runner-up recognition. So I'm going to go ahead and get started with our first group from Lake Mary High School. This is the first team to be recognized. Congratulations to the 2023 Boys Lacrosse State Champions. Come on up, guys. All right, as they come up here to meet and greets, I want to share a little bit of information with you about this team. Playing one of the toughest schedules in the state, the Rams finished their regular season. Listen to this, folks. Regular season, they finished with an undefeated perfect record and prepared their request towards the state championship. Congratulations. They won the district championship. They had 2 more regional wins, and they faced Ponte Vedra at home on a Saturday afternoon in the blazing sun, and shockingly saw the Rams go down 4-0, but at the stage of a dramatic comeback, they came back and earned a victory of 6-5, earning them a trip to the state finals in Naples. I like it. That's a lot of them. So as I mentioned, this is where that drama continued, but they turned it around at that point, and they ended it by defeating Naples, winning their first 2 games by a total score of 29-11, and finishing that perfect record of 24-0 and the title of state champions. Congratulations. Joining them as they get their picture ready to go here is the principal of Lake Mary High School, Dr. Mickey Reynolds, and the coach, Gary Robinson. Congratulations, Lake Mary High School boys lacrosse team.
There we go. Good, good. We'll move him back.
Congratulations. Stay here, I'm going to do Markel now. You good? You good, guys? All right, next up, I'm going to stay with Lake Mary High School. We have another athlete that is a 2-time state champion. Would you welcome Markel Jones? All right, Markel won the 100-meter hurdles in the fastest time in the state across all classifications. He then came back and won the 400-meter hurdles while running the 4th fastest time in the country. What makes this even more remarkable is that Markel also ran a time of 1 minute 54 seconds in his leg of the 4x800 relay to help his team with a 5th place finish overall. Markel is the first athlete in state history to win both hurdles while also winning a state medal in the 4x800 relay, all while winning national caliber times. He leaves Lake Mary High School with 7 state medals in track and field and 4 school records. And as I mentioned, we have student athletes here. Markel signed a full scholarship to the University of South Florida, where he's going to continue his academic and track career. And I, too, want to recognize his coach, Ryan Lowe. Ryan, I know you're here as well. And on the back, congratulations to you, Coach. Thank you. All right, now moving on to Seminole High School. Our next individual to be recognized here is the 200-meter state runner-up from Seminole High School, Amari Turner. Amari holds many school records here at Seminole High School while earning one of his most outstanding accomplishments, the state runner-up for the 200-meter with a time of 20.66 and runner-up in the 100-meter with a time of 10.37. Amari was also a member of the 2-time state champion 4x100 team, as well as the 4x400 team. And not only is he an outstanding athlete, as I mentioned earlier about the student athlete aspect of this, his academics are pretty darn good as well. Listen to this. Amari has signed a full ride scholarship to Harvard University. Amari, we are proud of you, and we're going to bring up some of your team members here as well. So let's bring up now the 4x400 runners. So for the 4x400 title, while the team looked a little different this year, Tyreek Lewis, Marche McDonald, Nazir Given, and Amari Turner truly put on a great performance with an impressive time of 3.14. This team raced into history books here at Seminole High School. Tyreek Lewis will be attending Kansas State University. Yep, on a full ride. Marche McDonald will be pursuing his college career next fall as a junior and at a junior college, and then Nasir Given will spend one more year at Knoll Nation, while Amari, we talked about, will be going to Harvard. So congratulations to this team. And then is the 4x100 relay team here as well? That's them too. Okay, good. So we got a lot of winners here. So congratulations to you as well. And next up from Haggerty High School, we have Miguel Pantojas and Jonathan Leon. Come on up. Senior Miguel Pantojas, state champion in the 800 meters. He posted a time of 1:50 and 30 on splits of a 53.09 and 57.21. Miguel posted the fastest time in all 4 classifications at the finals and will continue his track career at the University of Florida. Congratulations. And next also up here is his teammate, junior Jonathan Leon. Jonathan finished second at the state finals in the 3,200 meters with a time of 9:10.54 on the mile splits of 4:38 and 4:32. Jonathan posted the 4th fastest time in all classifications at the finals. And also joining him today is his principal, Mr. Rob Frasca, and athletic director, Mr. Jay Getty. Congratulations. And our final athlete here this evening is two-time state champion in weightlifting, Lake Howell High School's David Izquierdo. David was the Seminole Athletic Conference district and regional champion on his way to the state championship in both the traditional and Olympic weightlifting. He finished ranked number 2 overall in the state in all weight classes and was also recognized as the Seminole Athletic Conference Weightlifter of the Year. He led his team to an undefeated regular season record for the 4th consecutive year. He was also recognized for his accomplishments in football, being named the All-Seminole Athletic Conference second team in the fall. Congratulations, David. All right, that does it. That does it for all of our student athletes here this evening. I'm going to turn it over now to Dr. Brandon Hanshaw from Crooms Academy.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. And good evening, Madam Chair, school board members, Superintendent Beeman. My name is Brandon Hanshaw, and it is my incredible honor to serve as the 10th principal in the 97-year history of Crooms Academy. We are here tonight to recognize our exemplary Business Advisory Council. The Crooms BAC is nationally recognized as an exemplar council by the National Academy Foundation. This dedicated group of individuals represent a diverse group of organizations such as Veritas, Lockheed Martin, United Data Technology, Motorola, and AAA, in addition to the organizations you'll see represented tonight. They provide an array of support and opportunities for our students through junior achievement, job shadowing, senior portfolio interviews, internships, and of course, Seminole County Tech Fest. Since 2005, the Crooms Business Advisory Council has raised close to $500,000, built an endowment of $110,000 here with the foundation of Seminole County Public Schools, and awarded well over $215,000 in student scholarships. A remarkable legacy in which we can all be proud. Ladies and gentlemen of the Business Advisory Council, when I call your name and your organization you represent, please come forward. We'll call all of you forward, introduce yourselves to the board members and Superintendent Beeman, and then at the end we'll take a group picture together. R.T. Hillary from Florida SCPS Incorporated. Kate Crockett from Your Market Growth Consultant, Alex Bojanov from FinTech, Gene Bruckert from Quixar, Artney Dennis from WOW Incorporated, Ann Hall from Lockheed Martin, Levita Hayes, Legacy Wealth Solutions, Aaron Kamelzadeh from Your Business Photographer, Sandy Keeter, Seminole State College, Shantia Lee from College Thriver app, Paul Meehan Handyman Services, Nathan Melton, KPMG, Christina Posher, Duke Energy, Lindsay Spalding, National Center for Simulation, Adrian Thacker and Schnadine Thacker from Proficiency Background Services, and finally, last but certainly not least, Mary Benton from Crooms Academy. Thank you, Business Advisory Council.
exactly right.
Superintendent, do we have a presentation this evening?
Yes, Chair, we do. For our Focused on Student Achievement, Ms. Elwood and team are going to talk with us about our Families in Need program. So I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Elwood.
Wait. Yeah. Wait until the door closes.
So good evening, Superintendent, school board members. As you all know, the Families in Need program is our district homeless and foster care education program. I am delighted to introduce my team tonight, our foster and homeless liaisons, Jillian Orleman, Caitlin Costas, and our FIN social worker, Dominique Agramonte. They are gonna walk you through kind of a year in review of our program, our services, our data, our supports to students, and some stories to share with you from the field. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to them because they do the daily hard work in this program.
Hi, good evening, everyone. As Ms. Elwood mentioned, the Families in Need program is Seminole County Public Schools' homeless and foster care education program. And we are lucky to sit in a unique place because we operate under student support services, but we are also supported by the Foundation for Seminole County Public Schools. As I mentioned, the Families in Need program operates two federally mandated programs for Seminole County Public Schools, homeless education and foster care education. Under the Families in Need umbrella, which you see above, our program supports students experiencing homelessness, students in foster care, and students experiencing economic hardship. Under federal legislation, our program operates. The federal McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act ensures educational rights and protections for students experiencing homelessness and housing transitions. And the Every Student Succeeds Act ensures collaboration between child welfare entities and the school system to ensure that students in foster care reach academic success. Some of the rights of our students are listed above, and the main rights that our program ensures to protect include things such as immediate school enrollment for students who might not have all of the documentation needed, such as a lease, immunizations, updated ID from their parent or guardian, as well as protection to stay at their school of origin, which what that looks like is for some of our students who are experiencing housing loss, who may have been evicted or have to leave their residence, they can stay enrolled at their school of origin where they feel safe, where they have friends, where they know the school environment, and we can provide bus transportation, which leads me to our third right, which is bus transportation if the student is living over 2 miles from their school of origin. And lastly, our students who are in these circumstances receive free breakfast and lunch. These federal legislations guide our work and ensure our students are receiving services and supports to have equitable access to a free public education, and we ensure they are reaching academic success.
The Families in Need program is a partnership between the FIN liaisons, our school social workers, school staff, district staff, and community agencies. Our goal and what we strive to do is eliminate those educational barriers that present themselves due to the current housing instability that our families and students may be facing. As social workers ourselves and working closely with school social workers, we take a whole person approach when addressing the needs of these families. So we do complete needs assessments, and we ask those questions such as, how do you navigate the community when it comes to transportation? Do you have access to food? Do you have access to hygiene items? Because we understand that all of these different factors do play a part when it comes to the student and them excelling academically, not just their housing situation. Also this year, we have been fortunate enough to add 2 additional members to our FIN team who have targeted some of our more high needs elementary and high schools, and you will be hearing from one of them a little bit later on with just their impact in the schools and what their role is within the schools directly. So mentioned earlier were the federal mandates that our program, or the federal mandates that govern our program. However, we wanted to provide the definitions just so you were aware of what the exact wording is. So under McKinney-Vento, those are our students who lack a fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence. We will go into the more specific housing situations a little bit later in the presentation, but we did want to make you just aware of the exact wording. As far as our foster care students, those are our students that have been removed from the home by the Department of Children and Families, and that is due to abuse, neglect, or abandonment. And then our economically disadvantaged students that we also serve are those who are eligible and or receiving free or reduced lunch within our district. I do also want to note that in our district at this time, we have identified over 50% of our student population as economically disadvantaged.
At times, when we think of homelessness, our minds many times go to those individuals who are on the street, who we see asking for money or asking for items on the street. But in Seminole County community, individuals experiencing homelessness are our neighbors, classmates, friends, and coworkers. And so here you see the 4 housing circumstances that qualify under McKinney-Vento legislation. First is shared housing of other persons due to either economic hardship or loss of housing. These are families who, due to some sort of circumstance, whether job loss, domestic violence, or any other circumstance, have found themselves in a loss of housing. They may be staying with church members, family members, even coworkers, doubled up in their home. In addition, emergency transitional or domestic violence shelter. Within Seminole County, we have 2 shelters. We have one domestic violence shelter, which is called Safe House, as well as a family shelter, Rescue Outreach Mission. In addition, we have families who are living in hotels and motels. All throughout our community, we have hotels, pay-by-the-day motels, up and down 1792. I'm sure you all have passed many of the hotels where our families are living, and at times it can be 7, 8, 9 family members in one single room, sleeping in the same bed, possibly sleeping on the floor, and all within one room. In addition, we unfortunately do have times where families are residing in vehicle, camper, or tents in places such as cars, parks, public spaces, abandoned buildings, substandard housing, train stations, or similar settings. And lastly, we do have a population which is unaccompanied homeless youth. Caitlin will explain that in the next slide. However, we want to let you know that there are students and families in each of these circumstances within every part of our community. Every school in Seminole County Public Schools has at least one, and many of them have multiple students experiencing housing transition at this time.
So our unaccompanied homeless youth, or our UHYs, are unique and probably one of our most vulnerable populations. So a UHY is a homeless child or youth not in the physical custody of their parent or guardian, and this can be due to many reasons. Some of the reasons that we've seen is students being kicked out due to acute conflict within the family, such as pregnancy, sexual orientation, gender identity, family issues, or they themselves may have ran away due to abuse or neglect. There are multiple other reasons, but we do want to kind of ensure that you all are aware that whether they were forced from the home or they ran away, they are still covered and they are still protected under McKinney-Vento. Another situation that we see as well is parents do not want their children to experience that that housing instability that they're currently experiencing, so they have to make that difficult decision to kind of split their family and have them stay with family members or community members, just to ensure that those students or their children have some type of stability when it comes to housing or a roof over their head. Another thing I did want to mention was House Bill 1577, and this is something new that we've been able to implement this year, which gives us the opportunity to certify those UHYs that are above the age or 16 and above. And basically certifying them provides them the right to make certain decisions that they may not be able to make typically if they didn't have or if they had a parental figure in their life. So that's just another right that we have been able to kind of provide to our students, and something that they've been able to now make some educational decisions for themselves, mental health decisions for themselves, because they don't have that adult figure readily accessible.
So to give you an idea of the students that we serve and that have served this academic year, here on the slide is our current identified McKinney-Vento eligible students. So as of May 31st, our district has identified 2,672 students experiencing homelessness in Seminole County. Within this, you'll see that our largest section is families who are in shared housing, who, like I said, are living with church members, family members, friends, community members. In addition, the subsequent categories, close to 500 families who are living in hotels and motels, emergency shelters, domestic violence, 84, unsheltered. Like I said, unfortunately, we do have calls where families are residing temporarily in their vehicle, camper, or tent, sometimes without running water, without electricity as well. In addition, like Caitlin just mentioned, unaccompanied homeless youth, we have identified 353 students. In regards to students in foster care, over 400. This is much higher than we saw last year, which was roughly around 365. And then lastly, students identified as free and reduced lunch eligible or what we consider economically disadvantaged or at the brink of economic hardship, over 33,000 students in our district. In addition, just to give you an idea for trend data, so as our current number is 2,672, last academic year for McKinney-Vento homeless status, we had 1,963 students, so close to 700 more for this academic year. And then looking at the 2020-2021 academic year before that, 1,401. So for 2020-2021, I'll just say those numbers again, 1,401. Last academic year was last academic year was 1,963, and then currently 2,672. Lastly, school board members and Superintendent Beeman, in front of you, you do have a breakdown of each school's identification. On there, you'll see the number of students receiving free and reduced lunch, the number of students identified as homeless, as well as what we consider HSIR, which is Homeless Student Identification Rate. This is data that we provide to Florida DOE, and what that is the percentage of homeless students from the free and reduced lunch population.
So as stated earlier, and from the numbers you just saw, this is the highest homeless identification rate in Seminole County Public Schools history. A lot of it contributes to the increase in the cost of living within Seminole County. We, as the FIN office, do get multiple calls daily at our office from families experiencing first-time homelessness and not knowing where to turn or what resources are available for them. As mentioned earlier, with our UHYs, a lot of families have to make that difficult decision of splitting their family between different family members and community members just to ensure that they have a roof over their head at night. Not only are our homeless students facing these housing instability, but our foster students are going through similar struggles. Many of our students are currently in night-to-night placements, and what that means is that they are either staying in a hotel every night, they may be in a random foster home that is willing to accept them just for the night, but they have to get there at like 9, 10 o'clock and have to leave by like 7 o'clock in the morning. And then sometimes the students even have to sleep on air mattresses in the case management offices because there just isn't funding available or there isn't staff available to watch them at the hotels. All that to say that it is important to keep in mind the hardships and the trauma that these students are facing on a nightly basis when leaving school and how all of these can impact their performance while at school. There are many adults that we receive calls from who speak about their struggles, so of course we can only imagine how it can affect our students within the school environment.
So we'd like to now take a bit of time to share some of the direct services and supports that our program offers, as well as, like we said, you'll hear from Dominique Agramonte in regards to her direct services and supports. Through federal grant funding as well as local funding, our program is happy to offer direct services and supports to remove barriers for our students to reach academic achievement. So here you'll see that one of the main supports is the protection of McKinney-Vento and Every Student Succeeds Act rights of our students. Countless times throughout the day, Caitlin and myself and our FIN secretary, Ms. Bradley, are fielding calls from administrators, counselors, school teachers, social workers to ensure that our students are protected and that we are providing services under the rights of these students. But in addition, we provide services such as emergency basic needs, transportation, extracurricular activities and field trips, and student cap and gowns. For this academic year, we have provided emergency financial assistance in the form of food, clothing, and transportation to 565 students and families, which reached over 1,243 students. In regards to educational field trips, we've been able to support 130 students. For cap and gown, we've been able to support 76 students, many of these unaccompanied homeless youth. We've been able to support 131 students with physicals and immunizations, and overall, we've been able to provide over 1,530 students and families with case management services.
So part of our unique role in being a homeless and foster care liaison is being able to engage in community outreach. So this year we have had the opportunity to engage in multiple outreach efforts and strengthen as well as develop new relationships with community agencies. For example, one event recently held was with Hope Helps, which was their summer kickoff. And this is where they provided a bag of food to each family that came to the vet and also afforded the parents an opportunity to learn more about their program, get to know their staff, and also get to meet Finn as well. We have also worked with Seminole State College and Trio Connections very closely this year, and we were able to actually enter all of the high schools and host a destination graduation event where we would go to the high schools and assist the seniors with completing their FAFSA, apply to different colleges, as well as complete scholarship applications. The Department of Health has been another partnership that has grown tremendously this year. We have worked closely with their mobile health unit, so we have attended multiple outreach efforts in certain communities in order to reach more families within our district. And then over the summer, we also plan to meet with many other agencies to establish and strengthen those partnerships as well.
All right, so I have had the pleasure of being our first high school FIN social worker, and I got the pleasure of serving Seminole High School, the main and 9th grade center, Lake Mary, Lake Brantley, Winter Springs, and Lake Howell High School. I was able to provide many of the supports and services stated by Caitlin and Jillian in terms of holiday support for Christmas and Thanksgiving, including presents, food, hygiene items, anything that they needed to keep themselves steady over the holiday breaks, as well as school supplies, gift cards in the terms of food, gas, clothing, and hygiene assistance, collaborating with our schools to make sure our school pantries are up to date and available for the families every day of the week that the school is open. We also assisted, as Jillian said, a lot of our high school seniors with caps and gowns, and getting to that point, we did collaborate with TRIO in order to make sure that they knew what their options were in terms of scholarships, getting into college, and of course for unaccompanied homeless youth, filling out those FAFSAs because it is a little bit different for them. There was a lot of success this school year, and I just kind of want to touch on that, as most of this is a little bit sad talking about our homeless families. But one of them is being on these campuses allowed us the ability to really educate not only our staff, but our families and our students about what their rights are and what they're able to access under McKinney-Vento. So one thing I wanted to point out is, according to the DOE, at least 5% of the population that is identified as a free and reduced lunch should be coded as a FIN family. Now, with me being on campus, it has made it a lot easier to identify more families, and one school I wanted to highlight was Lake Brantley. We did start the school year. They are about 50% free and reduced lunch on that campus. We started the school year with 10 families identified. By the end of the school year, we made it to 39 families identified, and that's not even all of them. That's just what we were able to get coded by the end of the year. A really strong point I want to leave you guys with is the difference we make, especially in our UHY's lives, especially our seniors. I was able to work with quite a lot of them this year across all of the campuses, but one I think I want to leave you with is a student who spent her life in foster care with her twin sister, was adopted in 2021, and 3 days before her 18th birthday was kicked out of the house that she was adopted into, forced to be an unaccompanied homeless youth and live with a friend from school, but had a deadline of the end of the year and no idea what she was going to do. I got her connected with TRIO, we got her FAFSA done, we got her into college. She is now going to be sending Seminole State in the Summer Bridge program, and we got her coded, got her connected with free lunch and free breakfast, got her connected with our food pantry, and made sure she had all of the things needed to be able to succeed. And if we didn't have this program, she would have maybe not had that support.
Bravo.
We are extremely proud of all of our scholars, and these images just give a glimpse into the work that we have completed this academic year. Like Dominique mentioned, many of our students have bright futures ahead. One I'd like to mention that's within this collage, this student experienced a great deal of housing instability from living in a vehicle, living in a hotel, being separated from her mother, then being identified as an unaccompanied homeless youth, but all while her education, she maintained all A's and B's. The student successfully graduated, walked across the stage with her peers, and will also be attending Seminole State College in the fall, and had received many scholarships, but two in particular. One was from the Rotary Club of Seminole County South Rising Achiever Recognition and Scholarship, and the D.D. Schaffner Rising Achiever Scholarship for Seminole State College. I know that D.D. Schaffner would be so proud of this student, and I believe the work that we do each and every day. What I'd like to leave you with is we always tell our youth that education is something no one can take away from you. They have gone through unimaginable things such as housing loss, family separation, foster care, abuse, trauma, but this will open the door for them, for not only them, but for their families. Thank you so much for having us today. We would like to let you know that we do have a Facebook page. If anyone would like to follow us, we do post about some of our donors and just about community engagement. So thank you for having us.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions? We'll start with Member Penick.
No questions, but thank you. I know
That isn't even a portion of what you guys do. You go out into houses, you go out into communities. It's really underestimated what you guys do, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To even touch one student is a huge deal, and so thank you for taking care of our most vulnerable.
Thank you. Member Davis?
I also just want to thank you. You give these families a future, and a lot of us don't really, we take that for granted. And so thank you so much for all of your work. I know that it's appreciated.
Member Garrick?
I want to echo what my colleagues have said. Thank you all very much. I have the pleasure of serving on the Business Advisory Board, and this past week we went out to the transportation services with the director, Stan McKenzie, and he shared a story in which a young woman who had become homeless in her junior year went to Lake Howell and ended up moving in with a family member in Orange County, but to continue her continuity of education, there was no bus available, so they dug deep into their budget and were able to arrange a private vehicle, you know who I'm talking about, and our student was able to complete her senior year in her zone school, or her school of origin, and has a bright future. So I just want to say thank you so much for your continued efforts. And as Dr. Cummings has often said, education can change the trajectory not just of an individual student, but of their entire family. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Sanchez?
I'll try not to get emotional. But it sure takes a village, and it sure puts life in perspective. Of all the students and families that we have to meet their needs and still educate at the same time. And from the bottom of my heart, and from all the community members out there who collaborate and work together with us, thank you for everything you do day in and day out. I know with me being at Brantley and looking at the numbers at 50% of students, and being a prior teacher, the numbers are alarming. And I just want everybody to remember, this is year-round. Please remember to give throughout the year, not just during the holidays. I had the opportunity to work at some of the hotels that some of our students stay at and off of Douglas. And we tutor after school hours. But you can make trips over there and help those students in so many different ways, and their families. They would love that. So thank you for helping all of our families during the economic hardships that so many are going through. But at the same time, our teachers having to, teach these students, and the guidance counselors and all the faculty members with all the work that they have to do during the day, while some of these students are even holding 2 to 3 jobs down at the same time. So we appreciate you all.
Thank you, and I echo all of the sentiments. I know, Jillian, I've called you direct call for supports. Please let us know if there's anything that we as a board can do to support your work. Thank you so much. It's now time for board comments. Member Pennick?
I have none, thank you.
Member Davis?
I don't have anything, but I just wanted to let.
I don't know if your mic's
I
on.
don't think your microphone.
Is your mic on?
There's some seats over there. Oh. Yes. Hello?
Now we can hear you.
There's some seats over here. Some of the athletes left, if anyone wants to come sit down. But I don't have anything new.
Thank you. Member Garrick?
I just spoke about one of my committee reports. I did want to let everyone know that there is a book giveaway tomorrow in Midway. It's the Ford Summer Reading Rally at Midway Elementary from 10:30 to 11:30 in the morning. There will be free scholastic books. Let's see, there will be gift swag from Build Ford Tough, and Domi Ice will be handing out some treats for our kids. And this is a partnership. It's fabulous that we're here tonight when we recognized the Crooms Business Advisory Committee. Community partners are vital to the work that we do. This particular giveaway tomorrow is made possible by Connect Ford, the Midway Coalition, and Max Stark's Charitable Fund. And we have so many people here this evening that are passionate about our schools, and so I will cut my comments short, but I hope that each of you not only takes a moment to share your passion this evening, but also puts your energies to work, because there's a lot of work to do in our schools, and we would love to harness your passions and energies.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
I don't have any major comments. Just want you to know that the Central Florida Zoo's train is up and running. So take your students there, your children there for the summer. There's still a lot of camps open, and check them out. Also, please check out the mental health links that are available, Allie's Hope, and all the other services that are provided throughout the summer and throughout the year. Every single one of us has mental wellness that we are always dealing with. So please make sure that you take care of yourself as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Chair, thank you for agreeing to serve on the RFQ for architectural services, item 6-0. And I have no comment at this time. It is now time for public comments on agenda items. And all of the comment forms are now due in. We have 2 agenda items, and Vice Chair, will you read the instructions, please?
Policy 0169.1, public participation at board meetings. The purpose of public participation segments at board meeting is to allow the public matters within the board's jurisdiction and not to resolve individual grievances or disputes. Public comments related to education, the board agenda, and the district are welcome and encouraged, but public comment segments are not forums to engage in personal attacks against the school system employees or board members. To maintain orderly conduct, the public comment segment of the meeting may not be used as an open forum to discuss matters unrelated to education, to support or oppose candidates for public office, including presentation of political and/or campaign issues, announcing any candidacy and/or campaigning, or to engage in commercial speech attempting to sell a service or product to the board or to the public. Nor are they forums to address matters involving disciplinary actions or any kind of pending claims, complaints, litigation against the district or district personnel. Public comment segments durations are as follows. Agenda items are limited to 3 minutes. One group representative speaker on one item is maximum of 6 minutes. Speaker must maintain, that's on agenda items. Speaker must remain on topic for agenda item, and non-agenda items are limited to 2 minutes. Speakers shall direct their comments only to the board and may not address the audience and or other speakers. No speaker may yield his or her time to any other person. Generally, substitutions of speakers will not be allowed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Nina Sandberg, followed by Sandy Stenoff.
I'm Nina Sandberg. I'm guessing that there are thousands of SCPS students who have not gone on an academic field trip in 3 or more years now. The field trips scheduled for band, chorus, dance team, the sports team, and select clubs do not count. What am I discussing here is the fact that entire schools are not taking their students on even one regular normal field trip per year anymore. There are entire grade levels of students at entire schools who are denied any field trip at all for the entire year. There are no field trips, and this has happened now for years, and no one even cares. My son's last field trip was in the fall of 2019. My daughter's last field trip was in either January or February of 2020. So I've been bringing this problem to the attention of the school board and the superintendent for several months now. You all need to care, and you all need to take the necessary steps to correct this problem next year. You need to make sure that all SCPS students in all grades at all schools are offered one decent academic field trip per year. The only students who should be not denied academic field trip opportunities are students who have exhibited very bad behavior and who have discipline problems, and students who have certain disabilities or health issues which would prevent them from participating. In addition, next year you need to make sure that all SCPS juniors are allowed to participate in prom. We should not have the situation where juniors are denied prom at certain SCPS high schools. The elementary schools and the middle schools are supposed to have field day every spring. That's not happening either. We are blessed in Central Florida to have an extremely large selection of excellent field trip destinations to choose from. We are so close to this Kennedy Space Center, yet SCPS has not taken advantage of their field trip opportunities at all. The zoo is right here in our backyard. It doesn't always have to be SeaWorld or St. Augustine. A 5-year-old is thrilled just to go to Marco's Pizza and learn how to make a pizza. But do something, because right now you are doing nothing. Please fix this problem for next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Order, please.
Sandy Stenoff.
Can you hear me okay? Good evening, Superintendent Beeman, Board Chair Kraus, and board members. I represent the Opt Out Florida Network, a statewide public education advocacy group, and I request 6 minutes to address student safety. Under the state's draconian Don't Say Gay and War on Woke laws, I understand the predicament you face under the state's current fascist rule. It is my understanding that the Florida Department of Education informed the district that they will be watching this evening's proceedings. The implication is clear, and so my comments this evening are also directed to the Florida Department of Education. The U.S. Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights states, bullying, harassment, exclusion from school activities, and other forms of discrimination can interfere with LGBTQI+ students' access to a safe and inclusive student environment. Federal law, however, requires schools to ensure that LGBTQI+ students and other students have equal access to all aspects of a school's programs and activities, which I believe would include yearbooks publications. Yearbooks capture and reflect the lives and events of our students at a unique moment in their lives, including our LGBTQ+ students, is the right thing to do. It is no more indoctrination by the district than, for example, including the Fellowship of Christian Athletes, is endorsement of a specific religion. These are both examples of student-initiated, student-run activities, and the words and images of these yearbook pages are a reflection of and celebration of all of our students. I am also the grant writer for Zebra Youth, providing housing and wraparound support for homeless LGBTQ youth in the region. So I am intimately familiar with the statistics that validate the need for organizations like Zebra to catch the fallout from communities that fail to support LGBTQ youth. In SCPS, LGBTQ students represent anywhere from 3,000 to more than 5,000 of our student body. There are 500 to 1,000 employees who may identify as LGBTQ, whether they identify publicly or not. Today, when troubled LGBTQ youth turn to their trusted teachers for support, teachers are now more afraid than ever to provide even basic moral support. They are afraid to even refer their LGBTQ students to community resources. The result is that LGBTQ students who are already at heightened risk for physical, sexual violence, high-risk behaviors, and suicide are now feeling more isolated than ever, putting them at further risk. I cannot tell you that you must speak up, because the reality is that even though you are duly elected officers of this district, today's reality is that you operate here at the governor's whim. But you must find a way to lead this district in a way that both acknowledges that many LGBTQ students do face challenges that their non-LGBTQ peers typically do not, and demonstrate that they have your protection. In light of the decision under previous board leadership that SCPS will no longer issue proclamations of any kind, until you find the courage to permit our LGBTQ students to hear you say these words explicitly, this is my proclamation, which represents my hope for us to foster a healthy school community for all students and staff. Whereas Seminole County, Florida is part of a global community in which people of diverse cultures, races, creeds, genders, and sexual identities must work together toward peace and understanding, and whereas SCPS embraces and celebrates our diversity along with our lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and questioning community, and is committed to supporting dignity and equity for all people, and whereas the LGBTQ residents, students, employees within SCPS contribute to this vibrant, innovative, culturally inclusive, world-class community and to its diversity, and whereas many of our students, family members, and employees are part of the LGBTQ community and are greatly valued, and whereas members of the LGBTQ community still face ongoing discrimination based on their innate status, resulting in immeasurable human tragedy, loss of life, community isolation, and abuse, whereas June has become a symbolic month in which many municipalities and organizations across our nation celebrate LGBTQ Pride Month, and whereas SCPS provides a safe space for LGBTQ youth and their straight allies of Seminole County, and whereas Seminole County Public Schools envision a world where diversity is celebrated and all people are respected, valued, and affirmed, inclusive of their sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression, and now, therefore, Seminole County Public Schools hereby proclaim June 2023 as LGBTQ Pride Month. In Seminole County, in honor of freedom from prejudice and bias in any form, and in recognition and praise of those members of our community who constantly fight the battle for equal treatment of all citizens regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, race, color, creed, ethnic origin, or religion. Thank you for your service.
Order. Order, please. Order. Chair.
Thank you. Superintendent, do you have a recommendation?
Yes, that the consent agenda be approved as presented.
Motion. Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Superintendent, do you have a recommendation regarding student discipline hearings?
Yes, that the School Board of Seminole County approve the student disciplinary recommendations from May 8th, 2023, and May 15, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Superintendent, do you have a report?
Board members, my report is included in the book, and it's a read-only.
Thank you. It's now time for any board updates. Member Pennick?
We discussed the ILA this afternoon at our workshop, and I will be forwarding you the minutes from my audit committee after I review them with the superintendent this week.
Thank you very much. Member Davis?
Just that if anyone has any issues over the summer and you need help financially or counseling, the Seminole County Children's Cabinet has a whole bunch of resources for you. So give them a call if anything happens over the summer.
Thank you. Member Garrick?
No comments at this time.
Thank you. Vice Chair Sanchez?
No, just that we've been having a lot of open board discussions, discussing dress code, truancy, tiers, so on and so forth, cell phone usage, and hoping we can get back to the way our teachers can teach without any disruptions.
Thank you. I just had a brief comment that I'd like to share with the board, and it's a result of the conversation about the Lyman yearbook. As many of you know, this issue is near and dear to my heart. I am a mom of 4 kids, and our youngest son identifies as part of the LGBTQ community. And on his behalf and behalf of all of our students, we pride our district for educating, supporting, and being a safe space for all of our students. And I appreciate all those that showed up this evening to have their comments. Thank you.
Order, please.
Okay, thank you. It is now time for non-agenda items, and Ms. Vice Chair Sanchez read the requirements. You will have 2 minutes. We have quite a stack to go through, so I'm going to call 3 at a time. If you could sort of line up by the wall for your turn to speak. Alina Voorhees, Noelle Rivers, and Nancy Lloyd are the first 3, please.
Hello, my name is Alina Voorhees, and I'm a product of the Seminole County Public School System. I graduated from Oviedo High School in 2018, where I was the yearbook's editor-in-chief for both my junior and senior years. Last month, I graduated from UCF with a degree in engineering. Today, I'll be comparing the recognition of LGBTQ students with another historically dividing characteristic. So I'd like to start by, instead of asking the audience, I'd like you to think about who is left-handed among you. All right, so if you could please think of who of you is left-handed.
Right-handed.
Order, please.
All right, how about now? All right, so although you were born this way, left-handed, everyone that had that in their head would be considered evil, devilish, and possibly even accused of witchcraft in the 1800s if they were left-handed. The Bible's book of Matthew even states that God will divide the nations on the day of judgment, as a shepherd divideth his sheep from the goats. Sheep at his right hand to be sent to heaven, and the goats at his left to be cursed into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels. During the Victorian period, left-handedness reached a low point of 3% of the population, as lefties were forced to use their right hands to avoid evil. In the early 1900s, left-handedness became less taboo as the correlation between hand dominance and evil qualities were less popular for obvious and foolish reasons. Between 1900 and 1950, left-handedness rose tremendously from 3% to 11%. As the stigma weakened, it seemed more and more people were becoming left-handed. In reality, about 10% of the population has been left-handed for the past 200,000 years. Since 1950, the left-handed population remains at about 10%. It is not continuing to rise exponentially as it may have seemed from 1900 to 1950. No teachers were indoctrinating by convincing them to be left-handed. Instead, students were no longer forced to hide their left-handedness.
Your time has expired. If you would like to leave your notes and provide it to the
comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Order, please.
Noelle Rivers, followed by Nancy Lloyd, followed by Florida Kaleidoscope, Emily Roberts.
My name is Noelle Rivers. I am a Seminole County parent, employer, and Florida Chair of Defense of Democracy. I've had 2 children graduate from Hagerty High School, and I have 3 more still in Seminole County. I'm saddened that the experience my younger children are having is so vastly different than what my older children experienced just a few short years ago. My older children never saw people bullied the way they are now. My younger children report their classmates being bullied, and even that teachers appear reluctant to intervene. One of my children is a Hope Scholarship recipient. For those of you that don't know, board members, I'm sure you know that the Hope Scholarship is for students that are bullied so severely they're granted an in-district transfer. She was bullied for being Jewish, but bullies typically don't just bully one type of person. Anybody that is different is now vulnerable in our schools because children are copying what they're seeing their parents do at home. And what are parents doing? They're being intolerant and can't stand to acknowledge that there are people different from them, people that don't believe or live the way they do. Creating an environment that children spend 13 years in where all differences are suppressed is setting up children for failure instead of preparing them for the real world. If we do not acknowledge and even celebrate the differences between us, we are failing our students. As an employer, I know that teamwork is essential, and if somebody doesn't work well in a team environment, they're not going to last long. We now know that even Fox News requires employees to address each other by their pronouns, and even Chick-fil-A has hired a head of diversity and inclusion. Why? Because inclusion is good and healthy. Exclusion is toxic and destroys organizations. For the teachers and students and families that have felt these attacks on our schools, I want to pledge that and let you know that you are loved, and we are going to do all that we can to ensure that you are included and celebrated as every person should be. And in light of the report by the Families in Need program, I would hope that we would all do better things with our time.
Order. Order, please. Allow the next speaker to talk. Order.
Okay. Good
Hi,
evening.
good evening.
I'm Nancy Lloyd, a resident of Longwood, a retired National Board Certified teacher with SCPS, and a parent of SCPS graduates and a grandparent of SCPS students. I'm speaking to you tonight regarding the slippery slope we find ourselves on regarding the sexualization of our youth. Many parents believe this is better discussed and taught in the home, while other parents disagree. However, the principal of Lyman High School has approved yearbook content this year that crosses a line. Once you put a focus on sexual habits and types of sexual attractions, you are sexualizing minors.
Order.
These conversations belong in the home, not in a public taxpayer-supported school, and definitely not in a published yearbook. If someone were to walk up to a minor on the street and start talking about sexual attractions, it would be an inappropriate conversation. So what line are we willing to draw? Do we want our schools to get caught up in the current social and political controversies, or do we want to rise above it and focus on growing the next generation of strong competitors in a global workforce? It's time to draw a solid line as to what our society will accept as appropriate to be promoted by our publicly funded schools. Lyman is nationally known for its strong STEM program. The classroom and certainly yearbook are not places for political and social controversies. Classrooms need to motivate,
Time has
encourage,
expired. Your time has
challenge,
expired.
and nurture
Please
all
provide.
students.
Order. Order. Order.
Emily Everett with Florida Kaleidoscope, followed by Judy Spiegel, followed by Bryce Hackmeyer, WVSWFL. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Emily Everett. I'm the Vice President of Advocacy with Kaleidoscope PTA, Florida's LGBTQ+ advocacy PTA, and a parent of an SCPS student. Today, I stand before you to shed light on a critical issue that demands our immediate attention: the harmful effects of pushing LGBTQ+ students into hiding and failing to affirm their identities. Every child deserves a safe and inclusive learning environment, and it's our responsibility to ensure that no student is left behind or made to feel invisible. By denying affirmation to LGBTQ+ students, we are perpetuating a cycle of fear, discrimination, and isolation. These young individuals already navigating the complexities of adolescence are burdened with the additional weight of suppressing their authentic selves. When we force them into hiding, we deny them the basic human right to be seen, accepted, and loved for who they truly are. The consequences of such marginalization are grave. Studies show consistently that LGBTQ plus students who lack affirmation face significantly higher rates of mental health issues, including depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation. By refusing to create an affirming environment, we are putting their well-being at risk and hindering their academic success. In conclusion, the harms of pushing LGBTQ plus students into hiding and failing to affirm them are undeniable. As a school board, you have the opportunity and the obligation to make a difference in the lives of these young individuals. Let us stand together, united in our commitment to inclusivity and acceptance, and pave the way for a future where every student can flourish, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you. Order, please. Ladies and gentlemen, allow the chair to speak. Order.
Jude Spiegel, followed by Bryce Hackmeyer, followed by Ariel Brandt.
Hello. I am something probably that scares you, a queer transgender parent dressed like this, and I grew up in neighboring Volusia County, and a simple 2-page spread that's recommended to be, or that's in the yearbook would have let me know that I wasn't alone in a period of my life when I felt the loneliness. 45% of LGBTQ youth seriously consider suicide. Why would you want to exacerbate this by insisting on eradication of every mention of being queer? Informing people of what labels mean is not a sexual instruction. It's a glossary on identity, a little note to encourage empathy and understanding good things. Equating sexual orientation or gender identity with sexual instruction is a perverse spin on something so generally benign. I was a queer kid. I am a queer adult. I'm here to prove to queer kids that you can grow up despite what other parents or people might say. And that's it.
Order, please. Order.
Hi, I'm Bryce Hackmeyer, the Health and Technology Director at Women's Voices of Southwest Florida and former Floridian student. A 2021 study conducted by Eisenberg et al. Published in the American Journal of Orthopsychiatry entitled Associations Between LGBTQ+ Supportive School and Community Resources and Suicide Attempts Among Adolescents in Massachusetts found a significant decrease in risk of suicidality among gay, bisexual, and questioning student participants when their educational environments provided LGBTQIA+ inclusive resources and community. This study, among a plethora of others published in the field, reinforces scientific consensus that supports affirming environments for children while they attend school. Yet, we are not discussing resources in school. We are discussing pages in a yearbook. Yearbooks exist to celebrate all students and their accomplishments, without exception. Why would the Seminole County Public School Board make an exclusionary exception for LGBTQIA+ students? If a parent does not approve of this inclusion, they are free to either not purchase a yearbook or rip these pages out of the yearbook.
Order.
LGBTQIA students, a majority of whom are children, should be free of preventable censorship and suppression while in pursuit of their academic interests, especially given the increasingly hostile educational environment students are required to navigate due to patently exclusive policies passed by the Florida State Legislature. To vote in favor of queer students' removal from a yearbook is an illogical abandonment of the educational philosophies that I am sure drove you to run for the SCPS board in the first place. Make no mistake, voting in favor to remove these pages from the Lyman High School yearbook would infringe upon these students, other LGBTQIA students, their friends and allies, individualized educations. LGBTQIA+ rights are an issue politicized by those who seek to gain power from hate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Order, ladies and gentlemen. Order.
Ariel Brandt, followed by Haley Donahue, followed by Michael Sporino. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the board. I appreciate your time here today. I grew up here. I went to Teague, Lake Brantley. I won't lay out on my community service because that will be here for the whole 2 minutes, but I'm really here today for important issues, which is that I'm a mother in this county and a business owner. Moms Against Liberty is here to support a Christian fascist notion, which is that everybody's religion has to be the same and that has to be pushed through our school system. I want to talk about what they're focusing on, which is sexualization of minors. Please don't let that be how this topic gets changed, because that's not what the topic really is about. It's an attempt to create an echo chamber so that their views will become everyone's views. And that's not what adults do when they have conflict. What they do is they learn. They learn how to confront issues that are difficult, they talk to each other, and they work things out. They don't try to control teenagers, especially a teenage group that is so much more likely to commit acts of violence against themselves. I'm asking the school board not to support this ridiculous notion of a yearbook that's not representative of our student populations. You can't delete slavery from books, and you can't delete trans and gay from our community. I'm asking the school board to think about the students being safe, not the comfort of these adults' minds. I'm asking the board to lean in on love, but if that's not enough, lean on conservative values, baseline policies that support personal autonomy, free speech, and education. Let's not quash these children's voices before they even get the chance to vote.
Thank you. Order, please. Ladies and gentlemen, order.
Hi, I'm Haley Donahue. I'm the Educational Advocacy Director for the Ruth Project. One aspect of educational advocacy that I have seen come into play in the public school system recently is the increased influence of parent groups. Historically, there have been PTAs, SACs, and many other groups that involve parents, teachers, administrators, and students. However, this increase in groups have left out the administrators, the teachers, the educators, and the students. Instead, they are communicating only with parents. They are leaving the classroom out of any classroom concern. They do not communicate their concerns with people who have any role in the school system. Instead, they make up lies about the educators and members of the school administration. They insinuate teachers are groomers and that literature that deserves to be made available to all is pornographic or inappropriate. Most of these pieces of literature that are being banned are, as I have said countless times, about members of marginalized communities. They are not inappropriate. Now they're calling to remove a yearbook. The yearbook isn't the problem. It's another aspect of book bannings. Book bannings have become more prevalent, as have attacks on anything in the public school system that these parent groups, some of which have been labeled as hate groups, find to be inappropriate. Apparently giving definitions about labels that students in our community use are now too adult. What's next? Banning the dictionary? It does the same thing. These parent groups have found fault in anything that deviates from a far-right Christian narrative. They call to ban our books, the same books that I read in high school that allowed me to go to university as a junior, my first year in college. They call to change yearbooks. This isn't the first one. They call to change curriculum. They call to fire teachers. They call out in a way that they know will get people fired simply because they know that those people are the ones who are advocating for students and for the actual community. As I said, the yearbook is not the true issue. It is the people pushing the narrative that definitions are destroying children that is the issue.
Your time
Happy
has
Pride,
expired.
everyone.
Order. Ladies and gentlemen, allow the speakers to speak. Order.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Sherino. I want to read you an excerpt from an article of a situation that took place at a school district in Washington. An elementary school offered inappropriate sex ed lessons to students without parental consent or district approval, according to concerned parents and a community activist. Parents only found out about it after finding the lesson plans from their kids, not the school. 4th and 5th graders at Lincoln Elementary in the Olympia School District received sex education lessons on May 9th. Parents said the school told them that the lessons were district approved, but students were given unapproved lesson plans. Materials presented by Planned Parenthood included drawings of pubic hair shaped like an animal, and students were told they could pick from a number of contrived genders to identify as. Some of the materials promoted medication to block puberty. Now, I know that the LGBTQ section in the Lyman High School yearbook is nowhere near as graphic as what I just read, but this still reinforces a slippery slope that people have talked about for years. Gender ideology has zero place in our K-12 schools in any capacity, and to conflate being against gender ideology with being against wanting children to feel safe and heard in their schools is wrong. Gender ideology is vastly inappropriate for school settings, which does have potential long-term ramifications down the road for a child, and conversations should only be had with their parent. Members of the board, you were elected to uphold educational standards in the state of Florida. We expect you to do just that going into the next school year. Please focus on sticking to age-appropriate content and core curriculum subjects. There will continue to be consequences if not upheld. Thank you.
Order. 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 Ladies and gentlemen, order, please. Next speaker.
Natalie Two-Shirt, followed by Jen Downs, followed by Fiona Shannon.
Order, please. Order.
Go ahead, please.
Is the clock on? Okay. Madam Chair, school board members, thank you for your continued public service. Go ahead. Let's get it right. Good? All right. Well, thank you again. No, welcome. Our community in Seminole County is one where people respect another, and I am very proud to be a part of it. Though politics have changed over the last several years, I do not think our community has changed that much. I believe the vast majority of us are driven by the care and love we have for each other. I know that there's a lot of love in this room, and I want to make sure this love is seen and not hidden by the people in here who choose to use exclusion to motivate. The same people pushing hatred over love promote policies that take educational rights away from parents, deciding for us what our children should and should not learn. We need to speak up. There's a vocal minority among us that believes that being gay is a choice and is taught at school. This is simply not true. LGBTQ people have been part of our human fabric throughout time and in every society. What we also know is that hurting people has consequences. Trying to take a person's dignity, reducing their sense of belonging, and belittling their value leads to people with a higher incidence of depression, anxiety, low self-esteem. This is not how we want to bring out the best in our students. Tonight's topic is a student yearbook section written by students in a student-led club. It is a club that aims to be inclusive and accepting of peers who often have a hard time feeling comfortable in their own skin. Students who are just trying to grow up and learn and become successful members of society. We need to treat all students like we want our children to be treated. No student should be made to feel alone. We need to be the lights to anyone who finds themselves sitting in a room of darkness. It is our moral responsibility to grow every child to the best of their ability to keep everyone whole. We cannot respect or honor those who try to gain personal strength by taking the dignity of others. I ask everyone in the community to stand up together for freedom of speech and expression, to remind our neighbors that we're here with them and we will stand up for their rights as human beings. There are so many of us on the side of fairness that it doesn't take much to make a positive change. Whether it be a small act like wearing a pride shirt, showing up to support a friend in need, or
Your
giving a
time
sad
has
person
expired.
a hug, we
If you
need
have
to do
notes,
more to stand up to
please
hatred.
provide it to
Thank
the
you so
clerk.
much.
Thank you. Order. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Downs, and I'm a 17-year Seminole County Public School parent and volunteer. I see no problem with the Lyman Yearbook. I want my children to learn about the value of inclusion, acceptance, and love. But I'm going to use my time tonight to speak for 3 Seminole County Public School teachers who can't. For one teacher, you all know that I am one of the biggest loudmouths, but I've done a lot of soul searching, and though I'm ashamed to admit this and angry that I am allowing myself to be silenced, I will not be speaking at tonight's school board meeting. This is where we are at. I can't afford to put my paycheck, certification, and pension on the line for the sake of my family. My students and their parents are some of the best human beings that I have ever had the pleasure to meet and work with. I wanted to stand here tonight and let them know that I will continue to be their safe space, to love them unconditionally, and to stand in support of them always. From another teacher, as a club sponsor, I am concerned about the community this club has built and the progress they have made. Let people exist. Let them find out who they are in a safe space. Stop trying to get everyone to conform to what the government thinks is a norm. I'm over the censorship, the book cataloging, the intimidation, and the indoctrination tactics that have been rolling down from the DOE. And from a last teacher, I don't teach sexuality or gender identity. That's not my job. I teach math according to the Florida standards, but I teach those math standards to a very diverse group of human beings who come into my classroom. My students, all of them, learn best when they know that my classroom is a safe space. This helps to give them a sense of belonging, and research shows that enhances academic achievement, which supports my focus of getting them to understand the math standards. These attempts to ignore and erase students that some parents disagree with runs counter to this purpose. Again, I don't teach gender identity, but to be a good high school math teacher, I need to be able to welcome every student equally into my classroom.
Thank you.
Order, please. Next speaker.
Fiona Shannon, followed by Belinda Ewan, followed by Nina Sandberg.
Fiona Shannon, Longwood resident. Good evening, school board members and Superintendent Beeman. I want to thank you all for doing what has become an increasingly difficult job. Tonight, I can't help but think after the presentation that was given that we should be concentrating on those homeless students and the foster children and not on 2 pages in a yearbook. Tonight, I am speaking as an advocate for teachers who are afraid to get up and speak for fear of losing their jobs and their pensions. I am the proud mother of 2 Lyman graduates. I love the diversity of that school, and that's what made it such a great experience for my children. I am dismayed that a couple of parents, perhaps parents that don't even have kids in the school system, have had such an effect on the students' experience at that school. We should be celebrating diversity and including all students, as we always have. There is a reason for separation of church and state. If you want a religious education for your children, then you have the option to homeschool or send them to a private school. I have friends who have been fighting for inclusion for their children with various disabilities for as long as I have known them. Are they the next ones to be excluded? Why would we want to go backwards? Let us celebrate all children. I long for the day when kindness and civility return to our communities and to these meetings. Let us not let hate win. Kindness matters.
Thank you. Order, please. Order. Next speaker.
Belinda Ewan, followed by Nina Sandberg, followed by Salvador Vieira.
Hello, Belinda Ewan. There is an idea that the yearbook is protected by the First Amendment, specifically freedom of speech and freedom of the press. On a personal platform, yes. In a school-sponsored publication, no. Yearbooks are school-sponsored publications. They are not public forums. Yearbook students, staff, and administration do not have carte blanche. That means that some speech is prohibited. That includes speech that is likely to cause a substantial disruption, interferes with school activities and the education process, and that which does not align with the Florida statutes, including defining different types of sexual attractions in a 2-page spread of a school-sponsored yearbook. The yearbook is accredited class, therefore it must adhere to the Florida statutes. While students may address matters of interest, it is still a school-sponsored publication wherein both the content and the style are subject to regulations. Your policy requires all SCPS publications and media be systematically reviewed and restricted when necessary, adhering to those standards. There are many types of sexual desires and attractions, but this is not your personal publication or forum. It is a school-sponsored publication, and the law pertains to everyone. There's a video circulating of the student editor and the principal receiving an award for the controversy last year. They came back this year for round 2, literally disregarding the Florida statutes. Boundaries exist, laws exist. Minors, students lack judgment, while the yearbook class is overseen by teachers and administrators who lack prudence. While the yearbook intentionally disregarding and rejecting Florida statutes, treating it like a private platform, using the school mascot and yearbook for the sole purpose of endorsing politics of a school-sponsored publication. Do you intend to protect and uphold the law concerning the SCPS publications, including yearbooks and media?
Your time has expired. Order.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. 5 minutes. Pardon me? Yes, we're going to take just a 5-minute break. I'm sorry.
Mine first, please.
Thank you.
Can I do mine first, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have your attention,
Gentlemen.
please?
Thank you. It's on. Can you hear me now?
There's a fellow teacher.
Before our next speaker, I would just kindly ask that you hold applause, do thumbs up, or click, 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 like we like to do. Parade hands are great, so that we can continue the flow and speakers can hear their names. I think we have about 60 more speakers, so in the best interest, thank you very much. And Ms. Sandberg, my apologies, we just needed a quick recess. Also, there is a 2-minute timeline. The mics will be cut at 2 minutes so that we're fair to every speaker. Thank you. Nina Sandberg.
I'm Nina Sandberg. I'm a former teacher, and basically what I'm going to do, I'm throwing out my speech, I'm going to regurgitate the professional educator ethics which was taught to me by Seminole County Public Schools. I was taught that I, as a teacher, was not allowed to impose or force my own politics, my own religion, or my own sexual lifestyle or beliefs on other people's children. I was taught that these were not my children, they were other people's children, and I did not have the right to impose whatever my own politics, my own religion, or sexual lifestyle was. Whether I agree with it or not, I have supported LGBT equality for decades. However, this is not correct what was done in the Lyman High School yearbook. And you have to separate emotions from whether or not it was correct. You can present this glossary at the GSA club. After school, parents gave permission for the kids to participate. You can present it there. But you're not allowed to present it in the yearbook. That's a prohibited space to present it. You can't put it there. The location is the problem. It's not the right time or the place. It's also, you've got other parents who opted their kids out of all sex education with SCPS. They have certain religious beliefs. I was taught by SCPS that I have to respect the fact that there are students in my class who are religious and have different beliefs than mine, and I have to respect that. And right now, that's not happening. This community is not doing that. I'm sorry, but I take the gays against groomers approach to this whole thing.
Your time has
I
expired.
support gays against
Ladies
groomers.
and gentlemen, your time has expired. Thank you. Let us be respectful in the audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Please
Thank
speak.
you, Board Chair Kraus, members, and Superintendent Beeman. Happy Pride!
Order, please.
My name is Salvatore Vieira, and I am a field manager with Equality Florida. I am a Seminole County resident, and I grew up attending Florida public schools. I am here to urge the board to have courage and continue to be supportive of LGBTQ+ families, student, and staff. In the wake of the most anti-LGBTQ laws having passed this year, it is no coincidence that anti-LGBTQ hate is so prevalent in our state. Teachers are leaving the profession in droves, worsening our already bad teacher shortage, and many families of queer kids are fleeing the state. When we give into the stoking of fear, instead of standing up against the bigotry and disinformation, it sends a message that it is okay to act in hate. And it is not okay to act in hate. That is why it is important to keep all students and student activities in yearbooks. In removing these things, even just giving folks the option, it is caving in and telling folks that it is okay to discriminate, and it is absolutely not okay. We must resist these attacks. Protect all kids, not just some. Protect all kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Order, please. Order.
Lisa Hickman, followed by Vanessa Galindo Jackson, followed by Sherman Kraft.
Chair, would you repeat the first name?
Lisa Hickman.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have 2 children in Seminole County Public Schools. My oldest son is a student at Lyman High School. Last week, we received an email from the superintendent regarding yearbooks. A few parents, or maybe just one, complained about pages 46 and 47. There's a cartoon greyhound with a rainbow. These 2 pages show children being themselves. However, the knee-jerk reaction is to reprint yearbooks and omit these pages. Children literally deleted from their high school yearbook. Can you even imagine the damage to these children featured on these 2 pages? Imagine finding out your school thinks it's okay to erase you like you don't even exist. The district should be responsible for the mental health care costs of these children. Everyone is so scared of House Bill 1557, the so-called DeSantis Don't Say Gay bill. Sections of the act prohibit public schools from having classroom discussion or giving classroom instruction about sexual orientation or gender identity from kindergarten through 3rd grade or in any manner deemed to be against state standards in all grades. Where are yearbooks mentioned in House Bill 1557? Do you consider a yearbook to be classroom instruction? Is it now a textbook? What about my parental choice? Why do a few parents get to decide for all of the kids? A few parents who belong to a fascist organization. Is this why any of you got into education? These issues of bigotry and hatred are taking away from actual problems. Children are being murdered by guns at schools. There's drug use on campuses at Lyman. Books are banned. History is being whitewashed. What about the rising seniors who have not passed the FSA from 10th grade and are in danger of not graduating? Furthermore, the yearbook is a student-run piece of journalism. Do you not respect their First Amendment rights just because you have hate in your heart? You have a wonderful yearbook advisor and teacher who just resigned.
Time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Order, please.
Vanessa Galindo Jackson, followed by Sharman Kraft, followed by Michelle Minella.
Hello, my name is Vanessa, and I'm an occupational therapy doctoral student. I'm not going to pretend that I'm an expert in all things education, nor an expert of occupational therapy, as a matter of fact, as I too am a student and have a lot to learn. But what I can say is I have a passion for working in pediatric settings, one of those being a school system. When we do school-based interventions, we always work within the scope of a 504 plan or an IEP, that's the Individualized Education Plan. And these plans, they all abide by the Individuals with Disability Education Act, or IDEA. In the school systems, considering these regulations, there's always something that OT bears in mind, and that is that all kids deserve equal access to education that is in the least restrictive environment. This essentially means that we shouldn't have to change a naturally occurring environment. And my fear is that if we start to censor so much in the school system, whether it's the taught content, the school posters, our banners, our books, or even a stinking yearbook, we are indeed restricting the environment and changing it to suit our own personal needs and wants. It used to be that those who were different than us were segregated and placed into separate learning classrooms, as they didn't deserve to learn or get represented in the same way as the typical kids did. What are we teaching our kids if we are allowing history to repeat itself? Kids of all diverse backgrounds, abilities, or disabilities deserve the right to equal access and representation, even the queer kids, since it needs to be stated. Please don't restrict the environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Order, please. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Sharman Kraft. For the second year in a row, the yearbook committee staff and the principal at Lyman High School thought it was appropriate to publish the high school yearbook with controversial political content, which violates SCPS policy. This year, a 2-page spread that includes a glossary of different sexual preferences and their definitions were listed, along with a section praising the use of pronouns and our own school mascot carrying the pride flag. The principal reviewed this and still thought it was appropriate for minors to see. For the second time, he is approved of not only controversial content, but content that specifically violates SCPS policy. I'm requesting that the board take disciplinary action for that negligence. Parents paid for a yearbook not realizing that it would have a full-page spread of sexual definitions. Regardless of how you or I view it, the content violates SCPS policy as well as Florida Sunshine state laws. It contains mature content that shouldn't be covered in a high school yearbook. It has nothing to do with Lyman High School's campus, curriculum, sports, or activities. This isn't about a group of individuals. I don't hate anybody. I don't want anyone erased or silenced.
Order, ladies and gentlemen.
This is about policy and laws that are already in place. A school yearbook just isn't the place for political propaganda, ideological agendas, or any other type of indoctrination, whether it's political, sexual, or religious. Our tax dollars pay for our children to have an academic education, and there is approved health curriculum that teaches abstinence. I'm not sure if people know that.
Order.
The information in this year's yearbook sends a very clear message that Lyman approves and promotes of all types of sexual promiscuity, and I just think that's unacceptable. All right. I knew that would cause some giggles. The yearbook is a place to recognize clubs, sports, and achievements. These pages were not labeled as being a part of any specific club, sport, or academic achievement or event.
Order.
It's solely informational and political
Ladies and gentlemen.
and ideological in nature.
Time, please.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Just a reminder, the microphones will be cut at 2 minutes. You have a 2-minute time limit, and please be respectful. Thank you. Michelle?
We can all agree we want every student to feel loved and understood. The high school years can be some of the most difficult in all of life. Clubs give students a sense of belonging, and the yearbook should include equal coverage and attention to all clubs. Not wanting an entire page devoted to defining various LGBTQ identities is not about canceling or bashing gay or trans people. It's about schools encouraging the sexualization of minors. The number of individuals seeking treatments for gender identity and related issues has increased dramatically in recent years. The rates of identifying as non-binary appear linked to the abundance of local cultural enthusiasm, as seen in the data, tremendous spikes in certain regions, far beyond what most social scientists feel is enduring. In other words, some of the identification is merely transitory and temporary. Zeal for providing unflinching support and affirmation of those with a transgender or related identity has created an environment that can be very attractive to young people, especially those who are troubled or feel isolated. The attraction may be especially great for teens who are seeking support, affirmation, belonging, and a ready-made explanation for the social and psychological struggles that are common during this period of life. The demolition of guardrails that protected against unnecessary treatments and surgeries in the past means some currently unknown percentage of these adolescents and young adults who are being drawn to the trans and related identities will undergo unnecessary and harmful medical treatments. We are already witnessing an increase in detransitioning and regret. Many detransitioners are speaking out about their great regret at undergoing life-altering changes at ages they could not fully comprehend the impact of their choices. Although zealous affirmation of young people's identities may seem a moral good, it has a real and sometimes devastating costs. One sensible safeguard is not to flood adolescents with sexual content everywhere they turn, such as the yearbook. There are many places interested young people can access information of this nature. The school
And your
yearbook
time has been... Ladies and gentlemen, order please. There's no need to call out time. It will be addressed. Please be respectful.
Joy McCoach, followed by David Williamson, followed by Ellis Snyder. Thank you.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
Superintendent Beeman. My name is Thomas Joe Bugas II. I am a member of the community here in Seminole County, and I'm also a public school teacher. And I believe that we should address all students as they come and present themselves to the classroom, and that we do not single out anyone and make them feel as if they were deleted. But I'm not here to talk about that this evening. What I'm here is how appalling it is that I'm listening to these conversations about deleted pages of students and how they must feel at home. And yet we had a presentation at the beginning of this meeting that is just absolutely appalling. 12 years ago, I came before this board because 60 Minutes did an episode about the homelessness across the nation, and Seminole County was the focal point. And here I stand again this evening, and 12 years later, we are there again. And there's even more homeless students than we had in the past. We have more students on free and reduced lunches. And the topic of this evening is deleted pages. We are deleting students out of the yearbook, and yet we are not helping our homeless. We stood here when I came up before you and said, never again, we cannot let this happen again. Yet 2,600 plus students are homeless in this county, more than ever before. And the focus of this audience and the focus now is deleted yearbook pages. Well, although I think it's shameful that we would harm such students just because they are different and diverse, why is it that we are not focusing on the true issues of this public disaster? We are now, again, in the focal point of the nation. And now for not only deleting students out of yearbooks, but also for the number of homeless students we have here in this county. And I am ashamed that we are doing this again. So we had this conversation just last year about the book pages. We've had this conversation again and again. How many years is it going to be before we actually change something? Because we can't keep going. We can't keep doing this. 12 years now, we're the #1 homeless society, or student homelessness again. And when is it going to stop? When are we going to truly address these issues? The issues of diversity and the issues of our students.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joy McCoach, and first of all, I am a citizen of the United States of America, and secondly, I live in Florida. As a citizen, I follow the laws that are put out by the United States. In 1980, there was a lawsuit, Frick v. Lynch. It was decided that a gay student wanted to attend a school prom. He was denied by his school board. They lost because anything that is funded by the federal government that gives funding to education, you may not deny a person's rights. Each person here has every one of those amendments. Freedom of speech and expression is afforded to all people, gay, straight, queer, whatever. I'm afforded these things. And no one can come in and say, I don't like that, it's offensive. There are plenty, people have mentioned it, there are plenty of remedies for that. One, don't buy the yearbook. But one thing I know, mob rule is not the law. The loudest people do not get to make the decisions. We are afforded the protection under the United States of America. And that goes for gay people, like I said, gay, straight, queer, anybody. So for those of the, and I would just say to you, for those of you who claim your faith as your guide, please read Matthew 25:40, and the King will say to you, whatever you did for the least of my brothers, you did to me. The don't say gay law is unconstitutional. It will be found unconstitutional, so I would suggest that those of you in power stand up.
Your
for
time
us.
has expired. Thank you. Order, please.
Happy Pride Month. I'm
Order.
David Williamson. I'm also a veteran, a member of clergy, as a humanist celebrant, a parent of a recent SCPS graduate. I'm here on behalf of the Central Florida Free Thought community. We are your friendly neighborhood atheists, humanists, agnostics, and others with non-religious labels. Our organization is fully affirming of the LGBTQ+ community, not because we are not religious, but simply because we care about people. And people are far more important than beliefs. When we share with those around us that which is important to us, listening begins. The Gay Straight Alliance and LGBTQ+ kids are merely asking that we listen. All our kids, including and especially our LGBTQ+ kids, need our support now more than ever. To them I say, we are here for you. The louder the effort to erase and marginalize, the louder our response will be. The more that people out themselves as in opposition to progress, the more who will join the fight for progress. When we acknowledge the concerns of others and when we say those concerns matter to us, compassion begins. We are better neighbors, better parents, when we take the time to show compassion. And we need not agree on many things, but we must all agree that we all belong. We are all deserving of dignity and respect. We all have a right to exist and to thrive, even in spite of opinions to the contrary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Order, please.
Hi, my name's Ella Snyder, and I'm a formal Lyman journalism student, and I'm here to speak out for the Lyman Yearbook. First, I want to say why I and many of us are here today. The yearbooks are already out, and we know that. We're here because if we let the option to remove the LGBTQ spread from the yearbook go unchallenged, then we'd be giving in. We'd be admitting that representing queer kids was a mistake. I want to point out what all this controversy was about. A list of definitions. Definitions like gay, genderqueer, and aromantic. A parent complaint said that these were promoting sexual acts. Defining gay isn't promoting sexual acts, just like defining backstroke isn't promoting someone to become a competitive swimmer. If you think any
Order,
different,
please.
that's just because your own prejudice. The county gave an option to print out new yearbooks with the LGBTQ spread blank, 2 pages blank, and those queer students erased. And you might say, it's not a big deal, no one even asked for a new yearbook. But it is a big deal. The county never should have offered this option in the first place. Now the queer community doesn't feel supported by the county, and student journalists are going to have to start self-censoring themselves to protect themselves from the controversy. We need to support our students and stand up for what's right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Order, please. Order.
Harold Pomeroy, I'm sorry, I don't have the correct last name. Thank you. Franklin Perez, followed by Leslie Kirschbaum.
Harold Pomeranz.
Good evening.
Hi. Proud Lyman High School parent. Proud husband of the yearbook advisor for Lyman High School.
Order.
Here we are again.
Order.
For the second year in a row, Seminole County is making national news, and it's not because of our great schools. It's not because of our great kids. It's not because of our STEM education or our wonderful student athletes. It's because of bigotry, homophobia, censorship. Why are we in such a rush to censor? To my knowledge, the yearbook spread in question has broken no laws or policies at the school, county, or state level. So why is our first reaction to allow republication of the yearbook with the spread blanked out at a cost of potentially thousands of dollars? Why isn't our first reaction to support the LGBT community and the students pictured on this spread? Why isn't our first reaction to make a stand and say we support this content and will not have it erased? Why isn't our first reaction to be on the right side of history? Our Constitution provides many rights. Freedom of the press is one. It does not provide a freedom from being offended. Ms. Kraft was offended by 2 pages of journalism in the yearbook. She's free to tear those pages out.
Order.
She is free to cover them with stickers.
Order. Order, please.
Or simply ignore the fact that they are there and get on with her life.
Order.
She's not free to impose her sensibilities on others. That's not liberty. That is authoritarianism.
Time has expired. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow the next speaker to speak.
Thank you. Franklin Perez.
Yes. Hi, my name is Franklin Perez, and I've lived in Seminole County since September of 1998. I saw the section of the Lyman High School yearbook dealing with LGBTQ+. I really don't see what the fuss is about. The page was informative and educational, explaining the various sexualities. If some parents are offended by the LGBTQ plus section, then just blot out the LGBTQ plus section with a black magic marker, or just cut it out. No refund or reprint of the Lyman High School yearbook should be offered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Order, please.
Leslie Kirschbaum, followed by Shayna Garreau, followed by Kelly Hauser. Could I ask why you're
Order,
standing?
please.
No, we're not addressing.
Order.
I'm sorry. Captain Fortenberry, could you talk
right.
with them, please?
Guys, just please remember that you are to not direct any comments to anybody in the audience, that you are to direct all comments to the board members, but not to anybody specifically in the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie? Thank you.
Tough crowd. Hello, good evening. My name is Leslie Kirschenbaum, and I am a Seminole County parent here. In the famous words of Katy Perry, I kissed the girl and I liked it a lot.
Order, please.
Was that too much? Inappropriate to say in a school board meeting? Most likely, yeah. And that's exactly how parents and children felt when they opened their Lyman High School yearbook for the first time and saw a 2-page spread dedicated to definitions of different types of sexual orientations the LGBT community identify as. That is 100% inappropriate for public schools. I get it. Bad press is good press, and it's Pride Month. So why not dazzle the masses with a good spin? You want to make it look like a fascist, bigot, religious issue that sane parents have with the inappropriateness of Lyman's 2-page spread of sexual content. If I may, I'd like to refer to the 1988 Supreme Court Hazelwood School District versus Kuhlmeyer. There are lawyers present and that are sitting on the board that should be versed on this case. If not, long story short, the Supreme Court handed down a 5-3 decision in favor of the school. This case set a precedent that public schools do not have to allow students to include speech that's not within the educational mission. As a result, students should be made aware from the beginning that any publication under the purview of the school is subject to this ruling. This means that any sexual content being included or implied in a school publication can be denied. Students need to know that their freedom of speech is limited when it comes to submissions to the yearbook or other publications, so they can adjust their content accordingly. The Lyman Yearbook Committee's goal of educating the masses on issues of human sexuality is inconsistent with the Florida Department of Education and Seminole County Public Schools education mission and state law. The speech and educational content is illegal under Florida law. The teacher and administrator should have refused to allow this to go to print.
Time has
Save our
expired.
kids.
Thank you. Order, please. Order. Next speaker.
Shayna Garreau, I'm sure I mispronounced it, I'm sorry, followed by Kelly Hauser, followed by Lo Talley. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could just say something real quick. I know that we want to support speakers that we agree with, and we want to show them support by clapping and giving them hoo-hoo or, during the speech. And that's all great. It really is. And I know that, sometimes that's just your instinct to do that. But here, it's part of my job and part of all of our job to listen to everybody's comments, because you're all part of the community, whether you agree or not. And the reason that you come here is so we can all listen to it. And if the clapping continues and all of that stuff, even though I know we want to do it, we're not going to be able to finish, because we have a lot of speakers that want to get up and say something. So I'm just asking if we can respect the rules. I know it's hard, and respect one another when they speak. And I think, we're going to learn something about people, whether we agree or not.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Shayna Garreau. I'm a public school teacher, an adoptive mom of 5 very diverse children who attend SCPS schools, and a volunteer with Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. Tonight, I'd like to speak about the dangers of gun suicide in our LGBTQ plus youth. LGBTQ suicide rates and LGBTQ mental health statistics reflect the societal and relationship challenges that these people face. According to research in 2023 from the Trevor Project, 46% of LGBTQ teens ages 13 to 17 seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year, versus 22% of all teens, and 18% actually made a suicide attempt. That's more than twice the rate of suicide attempts among the US teens, which is 9%. Research has consistently shown that support and acceptance from schools, the community, and at home leads to better mental health, greater self-acceptance, and enhanced well-being among LGBTQ+ youth. And in conclusion, to quote the comedian Wanda Sykes, "Until a drag queen walks into a school and beats 8 kids to death with a copy of To Kill a Mockingbird, I think we are focusing on the wrong thing." Thank you.
Thank you.
Order, please. Ladies and gentlemen, order, please. Allow the speakers.
Kelly Hauser, followed by Lo Talley, followed by Danielle Pomerantz. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Kelly Hauser. I'm a graduate of Seminole County Schools and have lived in this area for over 40 years. I come from a family that includes a Seminole County retired teacher of 25+ years and now have both an elementary and middle school child that are zoned for Lyman High School. I own a home and pay high taxes towards this school district. One of the reasons I stayed in this area I grew up in is because of the quality education I received. But to be honest, I'm deeply concerned for my children's future in this state and county. Mostly, I'm sad and fed up. The fact that this school board chooses to accommodate a few narrow-minded parents and support the hateful agenda of those in power trying to target the LGBTQ+ community is simply wrong. These students at Lyman High School have every right to be represented along with the rest of their peers. Getting rid of pages of a yearbook does not erase people. The LGBTQ+ community has been and will always be here, whether some parents believe that if their kids don't see or talk about it at school, then they don't exist. If it's their words on those pages that bother them, then these people need to wake up, because kids these days, well before high school age I might add, are interacting on social media with their friends, making TikToks and watching YouTube videos, discovering on their own who they truly are, and discussing all of these topics without our opinions. Not from definitions in yearbooks or from our amazing teachers who just want to be left to teach our children, like they once were trusted to do before all of this mess in the last few years. Educators don't deserve to be accused of indoctrination simply by allowing communication, critical thinking, and a supportive classroom environment for all students to feel that they can express themselves as they were born to be, or talk about a partner or family member they love. And all students deserve to feel safe at school. I have heard at these board meetings over the past few years, groups like Moms for Liberty talking all about this so-called parent choice in education. Well, that parent
Your
choice—
time has expired.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Order.
Lo Talley, followed by Danielle Pomerantz, followed by Katie Murphy.
My name's— okay, thank you. My name's Lo Talley. I'm the student in the main article of that yearbook spread. And I have a question. That question is, why do I scare you? Is it because I'm queer and disabled? Or is it because I show your kids that there's other ways to exist than what you teach them? The yearbook has definitions, same definitions you could probably find in a dictionary somewhere. Are we going to limit people's knowledge because there's definitions in there that they don't like? The yearbook is for representing students as much as it is about the clubs. And queer people are a big part of the student body. We're just now starting to not be afraid. Matter of fact, standing up here right now, I am terrified because I have 2 younger brothers that go to a public school, and I don't know how this is going to affect them. I sincerely hope that you all don't ban this, don't ban these pages, because I would hate for my brothers to have to go through something next year because people didn't like the fact that me and other queer people were in a yearbook. I need you all to stop whatever this is and just let us exist. We're here whether you like it or not, whether you see us or not. We're not gonna go away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Order, please. Order. Next speaker.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Danielle Pomerantz. I've been the Lyman High School yearbook teacher for the past 5 years. A lot of talk has been made here and all week about vocabulary words that you could find in any dictionary that's in all of our schools. But that's not the vocabulary word I want to talk about today. I want to talk about the word empathy, the ability to understand and care about what other people are going through. As I'm standing here, I don't know what it's like to be the superintendent or on the school board, feeling the pressure from the Florida Department of Education, feeling the pressure from different organizations. I don't know what it's like to be part of a hate organization that says they're joyful warriors. I don't know what that's like either. I do know what it's like to be the journalism and yearbook teacher. I know what it's like to have my program attacked for simply trying to celebrate and represent all the students at Lyman High School. That is my job, and I've done it well. Ask my students. I know what it's like to fight for students from having their pictures removed from the school. I know what it's like to fight for students to be able to use their preferred names, and it's a fight that we all need to be a part of. But this isn't about me, and this really isn't about a yearbook. This is about having empathy and compassion for the queer students of our district. It's about standing up as parents and educators and defending them through our words and, more importantly, through our actions today and beyond what happens today. Our LGBT students are under attack right now, and they need us. They need the educators, they need parents to be brave, even when it's not easy, and to stand up for them and to stand alongside them through this fight. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Order.
Katie Murphy, followed by Carrie Hill, followed by Marjorie Murray, please.
Thank you all. Katie Murphy, I'm with Seminole County Council of PTA, and we know that the laws are changing and that some of the rules aren't even developed yet, so it makes it really hard to figure out where things are and where we need to stand as far as the rules. But I want to read to you from the letter that was written by Anna King, who's the president of our national PTA, in December of '22. It is urgent that we understand, value, and embrace the uniqueness of all individuals and appreciate that each contributes a diversity of views, experiences, preferences, cultural heritages and traditions, skills and abilities, and values that enrich and strengthen our nation. Our association remains committed to advocating for and supporting the policies and programs that create a climate of acceptance and inclusion and ensure that the LGBTQ youth have every opportunity to thrive at school and at home and in their communities. We can eliminate social injustices and build a better nation for our children's future when we respect differences and unite as communities, regardless of gender, gender identity, sexual orientation, religion, race, culture, skin color, language, or ability. This is more important than ever. And from the Florida PTA, they encourage unity among our PTA families and will not stand for racism, bigotry, discrimination, negativism towards our children. We will hold open conversations to allow us to listen, discuss, and learn from each other. We have and will continue to speak with one voice for every child. Thank you.
Thank you.
Order, please.
Corey or Carrie Hill, followed by Marjorie Murray. I don't know if Corey's here. Carrie? Okay, go ahead.
Marjorie Murray, Winter Springs. Good evening. School vouchers. The legislative session was over before it began. The fate of public education was a done deal as voices in opposition to voucher expansion fell on deaf ears. Recently, I heard Superintendent Beeman give an overview of the many opportunities and choices you provide children and families. I am so proud of our school district and heartbroken because of the challenge you face in funding those programs at a time when the governor and legislature are destroying public education. Over $4 billion going to private schools. History has taught us about vouchers. Some families take them, become disillusioned, and come back to you. There are reputable private schools, and there are those that are in it for the voucher money and will not provide a good education for our children. Like the preschool in Orange County, closed down by the state. A child left in a school van. They applied to Orange County to become a charter school, was denied, appealed to the state. The state overrode the county, they always do, and gave them charter school status. Breaking news, voucher expansion. So the school owner said, no thanks, we'll become a private school and take voucher money because there's not as many rules to follow. Parents will come back to you, and you need to be ready. I recommend you have a way to assess the returning students in relationship to the grade level standards required by the state. If they are below level, they will need to be remediated. Lobby the legislature next session to give you weighted funding for below-level post-voucher students who return to public schools. On another note, I am so tired of the vocal minority in our community who vilify a segment of our student population and try to strip them of their identity. As long as there is one teenager who thinks maybe being dead is better than being gay, that is not okay. We need to support them, not vilify them. All our
Your
children
time
are
has
God's
expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow the speakers to come up.
Deanna McGee, followed by Valerie Wirtz, followed by Brittany Walker. Is Deanna here?
No, Brittany and Vivian on the left.
Okay. I don't know how to mark that.
Hi, Valerie Wirtz. Okay.
Thank you.
You're fine. Thank you. We live within the law determined by those who we elect to represent us. If the policies and laws are to be challenged, they must be done so in the legal way. We cannot have school staff and administration using their positions in our communities to challenge Florida law. Our students are not political pawns. I am officially calling for the termination of the principal at Lyman High School for his
Order,
gross
please.
misconduct and the pattern of defying Florida law when it comes to education standards. He is holden to follow those standards. The principal has violated not only the law, but the trust of this community when entrusting him with our students. The State Board of Education voted to bar Florida middle school and high school teachers from intentionally teaching students about sexual orientation and gender identity unless the lessons are part of the reproductive health courses that are expressly required by the state's academic standards. Teachers who do so and otherwise could be suspended and lose their license. The state standards, according to the Florida DOE website, are very clear, and they include family life, nutrition, personal health, prevention and control of diseases, as well as several more. They also instruct that grades 6 through 12 are awareness of the benefits of sexual abstinence and as expected in the standards of the Florida law. Florida State Statute 48-1003.42 states that public schools must teach comprehensive health education that is giving the students an awareness of the benefits of sexual abstinence as expected standards and the consequences of teenage pregnancy. When we made a decision at Lyman High School to publish definitions, we made a decision to make it an educational tool. This is against the Florida statutes. It is against our policies, and it is against our law.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Order, please. Order.
Kim Finnegan, followed by Hunter Branstner, followed by Lisa Walters, please. Kim Finnegan, followed by Hunter, it looks like Brasner, followed by Lisa Walters. Is Kim here? Kim is
She's
not
making
here?
her way.
Okay, sorry.
Good evening.
Good
My name is
evening.
Kim Finnegan, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Many of us are here to voice our views regarding the Lyman Yearbook, and I too wish to add my thoughts to the many that are aired here tonight. First, let me say that as an SCPS high school teacher and as a parent of LGBTQIA+ children who have all graduated from SCPS schools, I support and applaud the students, advisor, and Lyman's principal for this inclusive spread. This section is informative and gives the opportunity of knowledge to those who may have been previously ignorant to the meanings and nuances of the many identities within the queer community. A community, by the way, that is present in all schools across the country at all grade levels, whether certain groups or individuals like it or not. And this community is not going to just disappear, despite the misguided efforts of some who appear to want to make that happen. A yearbook article educating a high school population on scientifically valid definitions on gender and orientation is not indoctrination, it's called information. Students can learn from this information or ignore it. These are life skills for all students and adults. Get information, learn, question, choose, repeat. Less time needs to be spent demonizing and sexualizing a vulnerable population and more time dedicated to supporting and validating these kids. I realize as a board you are in a difficult position in this current politically charged climate, but regardless of the outcome for the Lyman Yearbook, it is vital as a school board representing all the students of Seminole County that you work to find ways to let these kids know that they are seen and they are loved. Their lives are difficult enough, surrounded by the ignorance we've heard a few examples of here tonight. If adults are saying these things out loud and with their full chest, their kids are likely to follow their lead and carry these hurtful words and ideas to school with them. And that is indoctrination. Indoctrination to hate and to fear. Not, I'm assuming, what a school board should stand for or bow to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Order, please.
Hi, my name is Lisa. I am a proud Seminole County parent and ally. There's nothing that I can say to change the heart or small minds in this room. So let me just say thank you to the board and by extension all Seminole County administration, teachers, and students. Thank you for what I hope is your consideration, advocacy, and the inclusion of all Seminole County students. Now more than ever, they need to know that their existence matters to you. I can only imagine how exhausting it is to fight for things that matter, like providing excellent education and addressing homelessness of our students. When faced with difficult people who make up problems that simply don't exist, and to fuel hate in his agenda of false patriotism. Thank you.
Thank you.
Order, please.
Is Hunter here? Hunter Barnstrom? Okay. Yana Camolino, Richard Dickinson, and Kristen Bruno. Any of you here? Thank you. Yana, followed by Richard, followed by Kristen.
I'm Richard Dickinson. No CPS officer or employee shall use his or her official position in any way to influence or attempt to influence students to support or oppose any candidate, party, or issue. Such prohibition shall include, but not be limited to, any form of advocacy or opposition in a classroom or school setting or other school-related student-teacher relationship. No SCPS officer or employee shall participate in any political activity while on duty unless such participation involves passive political expressions which are totally unrelated to the performance of his or her assigned duties and not otherwise prohibited herein, such as a bumper sticker on the employee's car. No SCPS employee shall attempt either directly or indirectly to coerce political activity or political support from any other employee or student. The following forms of political activity shall be prohibited at all times on school property: distribution of campaign materials, including cards, brochures, and other items defined by law as political advertising to students or employees. Political signs are prohibited whether placed in or in the building or elsewhere on the board property, including board-owned vehicles. Basically, SCPS employees are prohibited by law from using SCPS yearbooks as campaign vehicles for their personal political causes. SCPS employees are supposed to check their personal politics at the door when they come to work and are supposed to remain politically neutral at all times while performing SCPS duties. SCPS yearbooks are supposed to be politically, sexually, and religiously neutral G-rated publications.
Sir, your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you'd like to leave your notes with the clerk, they can be part of the record. Order, please. Order.
Kristen Bruno, followed by Monty Floyd, followed by Sarah Ward.
How many minutes do I have? Only 2? What's that? Okay, then. I got a lot of stuff written down. We'll see. I'll
Order,
try.
please.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. You hear me out there? Okay.
You're speaking to the
I
board.
understand, but I also have to talk to my homosexual friends out there as well. I'm talking to everybody.
Sir, please direct.
I am. I am.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do we have any openly homosexual people on the board?
Please.
Of hands. It's a monologue. Go ahead, do it. Okay. Please don't be affected by a lot of activists in the group. They're not representative of the gay community. I don't know what they're doing. Maybe they're paid off. I don't know what they're doing here, but most of us would be out working, home, maybe having a glass of wine, chilling. The victimization card is being played. I swear to God, it's like a repeat every time I come here. Victim, victim, victim. No. Straight people do not hate gay people, okay? And if there's a semblance of that, it's very possible, and it has nothing to do with being gay, they might need to see a therapist about it. The victim card, you're following what I'm saying, right? I'm hearing victim this, victim that.
Order, please.
Anyone
Allow the
could
speaker
become
to
a victim at any time if they want to, and especially in their mind. All right? I facilitated trans groups over 20 years ago, and a lot of things have changed. These young people do not understand the change and how glad they should be to live in America and not in another country. Okay, that's that. The Lyman High School guy, I give him credit. He said it all in a nutshell. It wasn't about the yearbook, it's about the publicity, and there's no such thing as bad publicity. So they won that one by putting that crap out in the book. As far as school, I'm an engineer. I have a couple of degrees, and my experience talking to teachers, reading, writing, arithmetic.
Your time has expired.
Thank you. Would you please restate your name? I'm not sure I have the right. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I never get any applause.
Your time has expired. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Order, please.
Monty Floyd, followed by Sarah Ward, followed by David Kay. Good evening.
Am I ready to go?
Ready to go.
Okay. All right.
First off, let's cut the gaslighting in the room tonight. The issue with the Lyman yearbook stems from a violation of district policy which prohibits proclamations. And come July 1st, something like this will also violate state law. So this board needs to act on it appropriately. As educators, you took an oath to not impose your own politics, religion, or sexual preferences with your students. In short, you took an oath to not groom, indoctrinate, or peddle whatever made-up phrase you like to use and cooked up to justify the sexualization of children. It is not acceptable to discuss sexual preferences with minors. That's not journalism. That is pushing an agenda which violates policy and the oath the staff at this school took. Would this board be okay with the addition of a straight heterosexual 2-page section in the yearbook to discuss heterosexual preferences with minors? I don't think so. You know why? Because we don't promote the discussion of sexual preferences with kids, because it's sick to talk about it with them. Stop using children as political cannon fodder to peddle your woke agendas. I don't care what you do in your personal life, but leave our kids out of it. In Florida, we do not indoctrinate, we educate. We are joyful warriors, and we will fight like hell with a smile on our face to protect our kids' parental rights, good teachers who are being silenced by the union and others, and the fight for the future of our country. Have a good night. Board, do something about what's happening in this room as well. Unacceptable.
Order. Order, please. Order. Next speaker.
Thank you. Sarah?
Hi.
Hi.
You've been through a lot today. I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. I'm sure you all want to go home and sleep. My name is Sada Ward. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Greyhound Yearbook. Aneli Jimenez makes all-state choir. Natalia was admitted to Sanford University. The football team has a winning season. We had our first pep rallies back at the gymnasium since COVID. These are all of the victories that would typically be considered triumphs that would be featured in a yearbook. But did you know that the students on pages 46 and 47 also have accomplishments that deserve to be noted? These students bravely share their stories about being LGBTQ youth in a world that clearly doesn't support them for who they are. Now, I could stand here and reiterate how this whole thing and reprinting blank pages instead of the LGBTQ spread is a violation of the First Amendment on so many levels. But if I did that, I would be saying the exact same thing I did last year. So, with the 2 minutes that I have of your time, allow me to convince you why reprinting these pages is not in your best interest. First off, reprinting the book would cause copyright concerns, even under the Hayward legislation, which we know isn't my favorite thing in the world, as the Greyhound is a student publication led by student journalists, and considering we are not employees of SCPS, this is indiscriminate change that would classify as a copyright violation. Additionally, the Escambia School District is currently being sued over book restrictions after violating the First Amendment by removing or restricting certain kinds of books from its school liberties under the environments of the Moms of Liberty. Similarly, a federal judge in Brevard County ruled against the Moms of Liberty in Brevard free speech lawsuit. In summary, if these pending threats of lawsuits won't convince you, then maybe doing what's right for your students will. They need you to be bold leaders and stand up for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Order, please.
David Kay, followed by Joy Stricker, followed by Rich Sarda. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Rabbi David Kay, and I chair the Interfaith Council of Central Florida. The function of a high school yearbook is to document the school year and to represent the student body, the entire student body. I actually read the definitions on a single column in that one page in the yearbook. It's not a 2-page spread of definitions. And they are accurate, and they are sensitively written, they are educational, and they are informational. The Interfaith Council of Central Florida represents many different faith traditions and denominations, many different worldviews and philosophies. We do not agree on all points, on all issues, as you might expect. But we do agree on a couple of things. We do agree on the importance of human dignity and the respect for difference, even irreconcilable differences. The claim of that these definitions are sexualizing children doesn't wash. There is nothing on those pages that meets the definition of sexualization. Certainly, it doesn't meet the definition of sexualization as much of popular culture does. These definitions are descriptive, not prescriptive. That is, they don't promote or advocate. They describe what already exists. A faith tradition or a worldview is a way of understanding the world, and that includes the things that you don't like or the things that you don't agree with. LGBT plus people exist. Some of them are your children, some of them are our children. Suppressing or denying that identity is denying their existence. And when anyone, especially teens, get the message that they should be denied or they shouldn't exist, they begin to believe it themselves. And they start to think and even act that they should not exist. The data are clear. The vast majority of Americans, including the vast majority of Floridians, support LGBTQ plus people. We love you, we see you, we're not just your allies, we are your accomplices.
Order, order, please. Order. Next speaker.
Joy Stricker, followed by Rich Zarda, followed by Gabrielle Orozio. Thank you.
My name is Joy Stricker. I live in Longwood. For the first time in 15 years, I'm no longer an SCPS parent. I'm glad that Lyman created an LGBTQ yearbook spread with lots of definitions that the teacher in charge thought were important. Terms like LGBTQ and sexual orientation and gender identity and lesbian and gay and bisexual and queer and gender fluid and transgender and cisgender and non-binary and pansexual and asexual and last but not least, aromantic. Now I get to tell the adults in the room some definitions. A groomer is someone who builds a relationship, trust, and emotional connection with a child or young person so they can manipulate, exploit, and abuse them. A pedophile is a person who is sexually attracted to children. School choice is a term for education options that allows students and families to select alternatives to public school. Homeschool means to educate one's child at home instead of sending them to a school. Most high school students are minors. They can't purchase alcohol or cigarettes or cough medicine. Yet every time I blink my eyes, somebody's trying to indoctrinate our children with the pride agenda or the transgender agenda. I believe in preserving the innocence of children for as long as possible. This does not make me a homophobe, contrary to the beliefs of the liberal left. Now, I will use all those definitions I already gave you in a sentence. I hope that parents pull their children out of SCPS and consider school choice or homeschool options because there are too many groomers and pedophiles working here.
Order.
In conclusion, they, them is derived from Satan and demons.
Order. Order, sir.
It originates from, my name is Legion, for we are many. Another fun fact is that Baphomet is a transgender satanic deity. Teachers who push pronouns and the sexualization of children are not just enabling the mental illness of gender dysphoria. They are unintentionally supporting a satanic...
Your time has expired. Ladies and gentlemen, your time has expired. Thank you. If you'd like to leave your notes with the clerk.
Rich Zarda, followed by Gabriella Orozio, followed by Opie Soto. I'm sorry, I'm not reading all the names. Thank you. Rich?
Board, I'm the grandfather of a student here at Lyman High School. I support this yearbook as is, okay? No reprints, no killing the pages. I object to the decision that was made by Superintendent Beeman to reprint these yearbooks for any parent that wishes those 2 pages removed. I object to that. Even though no one took you up on that offer, it doesn't let you off the hook that you did something that was improper, maybe illegal, and just mean. I frankly demand that you rescind that offer and apologize to the Lyman LBGT community. That yearbook went through all the approvals after all the stuff we went through last year. And all the rules were met. So now you should stand up for the yearbook staff and the Lyman LBGT community. It is your responsibility to do that. Otherwise, you're part of the problem. If you stay with this position, you're a bully. I know the Florida School Board Association pressured you. Got it. And no doubt that came down in some way from the governor. And you could lose your job if you just don't do what they say. But you have to do what is right, no matter what the consequence. That is your job. Let me end with a few definitions because this is all about definitions, okay, with examples. A bully, that's a noun. A person who seeks to harm or intimidate those whom they perceive as vulnerable. Examples: Governor DeSantis, see the Disney lawsuit. Florida Department of Education, see textbook banning, teachers resigning. I hope you, Superintendent Beeman, are not on this list, and I certainly don't expect the Seminole County School Board would be on this list. Bigotry, noun, an unreasonable prejudice.
Time is up,
Or
sir.
time has expired. If you'd like to leave your notes, sir, your time has expired. If you'd like to leave your notes with the clerk, it can be part of the record. Sir, your time has expired. Thank you.
Gabriella Orozio, followed by Opie Soto. It looks like MSW, followed by JJ Holmes. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gabby, and I'm the president of the Umbrella Brigade. Today, I'm here in solidarity with my LGBTQIA+ friends, family, students, and staff. I'm here to urge you to please continue to support our LGBTQ students, staff, and teachers. To my LGBTQ family, you exist, you matter, and the Umbrella Brigade has your back. The moms of liberty must have forgotten the line in our Pledge of Allegiance. One nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, not some.
Thank you.
Order, please. Order. Next speaker.
Please state your name, if you would.
My name is Opie Soto.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. So I said, my name is Opie. I'm actually a new Florida resident. I moved here a couple years ago from Indiana, and so I lived in a conservative neighborhood, and I lived in a place where the censorship was real. I wasn't allowed to exist. At age 8, I learned that for being gay, I was not allowed to live, that I was going to go to hell, that I was supposed to hate myself. I hated myself until about my 20s, and then I finally came into my identity as a gay man. In high school, because of the censorship, because I had no access to anybody, I was in depression. I attempted suicide 3 times, but I'm here today able to tell you that story now. I've learned that the representation is important because that's where the community is. The Family in Needs program, they see that homeless youth are kicked out of their homes for having those conversations at home, but some kids can't have that conversation at home. But they're being isolated whenever censored in schools as well. So we need those resources because those stories, my story could have been that I wouldn't be here able to talk to you today. But today now I stand as a graduate of Indiana University with a master's in social work. I am a clinical therapist. I work with these youth, and I'm trying to be the person that I didn't have when I was growing up. And I'm super happy to hear that this is the second time that the spread is in the yearbook. Unfortunate that we have to argue this, but representation matters. We've existed since before. We've existed before this argument was here. We've existed since the beginning. And to my queer people, to my queer youth, I am a representation of what success can be as a queer person, as a gay man. You matter, you are worth it, you're valuable, and you exist. And we will not be erased. Thank you.
Order.
Thank you. Jill, can you help JJ? Is there? It's JJ followed by Allison Holmes, followed by Gertie Remy.
My name is J.J. Holmes. I am a student task force member for Campaign for Our Shared Future, and I'm a youth council member for Floridans. I am a proud Lyman graduate, and Ms. Pomerantz was my awesome journalism teacher. So I've heard the governor saying Florida is where woke goes to die. I think English teachers everywhere would have something to say about his poorly structured and grammatically incorrect sentence, but aside from the governor's verbal assault on the English language, the governor is wrong, because on November 8th, 2022, voters in this district decided Seminole County is where bigotry goes to die. School isn't just about learning how to read, write, add, subtract, divide and multiply. It's about making friends, lifelong friends for a lot of people. It's about figuring out how to work side by side with people from different races, different religions, different backgrounds. School is not supposed to teach you to bully, shame, or exclude anyone. It's supposed to teach you how to be accepting and inclusive. The words in our yearbook have not hurt or traumatized any student, but the hateful words in this room tonight have hurt and traumatized our whole school district. Please don't give hate a home in Seminole County Public Schools. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Order. Order, please. Next speaker.
Allison Holmes, followed by Gertie Remy, followed by Corey Bleakley.
Okay. My son just graduated from Lyman High School, and Miss Pomeranz was his journalism teacher. Thank you for your dedication. Have we really sunk so low in Florida that we're now trying to ban everyday words? And if your high schooler is shocked by the word gay or the word lesbian, then the issue isn't the yearbook, the issue is your parenting. If you get a souvenir photograph from a ride at Disney and you see there's a married couple sitting behind you and they're holding hands and they're gay, you don't get to shut down the whole place and remove every trace of the LGBTQ community. Don't buy the picture. They say, as a society, we can only walk as fast as our slowest members. But for us, our slowest members belong to a group that's just been labeled an anti-government extremist group. They call themselves joyful warriors, but they're actually a hate group who's too narrow-minded to see the difference between words that describe sex acts and words that describe someone's identity. They're trying to slow walk the rest of us for their own political agenda, and all on the backs of our LGBTQ students. Lyman has about 2,000 students. 2 parents asked for a refund. 2. And now Lyman has lost an outstanding teacher who cared about each and every one of our students, including my son. Over the last couple of years, this hate group that's here tonight has called my son many revolting names. They've questioned his intelligence. They've told him he's being used as a pawn. They've called him a groomer. And one of the joyful warriors called him a robotic retard. Pretty ironic, right?
Order.
For a group that claims they want to protect children and are for liberty. But then this bill was never really about protecting parents' rights. It was about protecting bigots. Thank you.
Order. Next speaker, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gertie Remy, a member of the Seminole County Democratic Party and a member of Women's Voices of Southwest Florida and Florida Access Network. However, I am here to speak on my own volition because I, too, don't understand why this is such a big deal. So, okay, growing up, all throughout our television, the generation or people who are now fighting for ban against people to have their autonomy and their bodily rights were the ones that were giving us porkies. They were the ones that were telling us they were over-sexualizing things on TV, what did your yearbook look like? And if you had a yearbook and they took what you took out of it in your 1960s, 70s, and 80s, your Reaganomics, this over-sexualizing of TV and television, and you did not, people, where were you then? Where were the people then to say that those are inappropriate? You have your memories, you have your book to look at, but you are so offended by people who are part of the LGBTQIA community, by trans people, when you yourself were initiating this, when you were younger. I was your younger siblings, so I saw it, which is probably why you want to take all this out of school, to make us forget. But I remember what it was like in the late 90s, growing up in the early 80s also, to see what was going on. And now, all of a sudden, you have what I call projection. Let me define projection for you. When someone attributes their own negative or positive feelings or flaws and other quirks onto someone else's or other groups, and usually onto someone else whom they are having a disagreement. So you are projecting your self-loathe, your self-hatred. You are projecting what you went through or did not go through to other people now, to a generation that has nothing to do with you. You are projecting what you could have done or have not done in your youth.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Order.
Corey Blakely, followed by Heather McNamara, followed by Zinnia James.
All right. Thank you. As you can tell by the diction of my voice and the colorful shirt that I'm wearing, I'm queer. I always have been, always will be. I've known before there was queer representation in the media that I've watched or the books that I've read. In fact, a significant portion of Gen Z are queer, 1 in 5. Meaning that whether you like it or not, regardless of your political affiliation, if you have 5 children, at least one of them are queer. If you want to take this historically and you don't care about statistics, let's take it back to the 40s, all right? Do you know who a certain party in Germany that was exterminated before the Jewish population? It was the LGBTQ plus community. How were they successful? How were the Nazis successful in this? Through legislation, misrepresentation in the media, propaganda, and social outrage. Sounds familiar? Why are we turning Hitler's atrocities into campaign promises to get a certain man president? Instead of wavering to far-right extremists doing a fascism, why don't you instead focus on real issues like feeding our houseless students and keeping our schools safe? Why are we helping the erasure of an entire community to feed into a political campaign? You do know that Moms for Liberty, who is, as of today, is designated as a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center, are in bed with the Proud Boys, and that the co-founder, Bridget Ziegler, has close ties to Roger Stone and Michael Flynn, key ringleaders to Jan 6 and QAnon. And Bridget's husband, Christian, is the head of the Florida GOP, who has ties with DeSantis. All this to say, will you be on the side of the oppressed or will you be the oppressor? It's disgusting to see erasure during Pride Month, especially when today the Human Rights Council declared a nationwide state of emergency for the LGBTQ community. And before I leave, if you want to stop the sexualization,
Time has
investigate
expired.
the church.
Thank you.
Heather McNamara, followed by Zinnia James, followed by Lynn Dichter. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Heather McNamara. I'm a parent of 2 Seminole County children. One's a graduate, very proud of him. I want to talk about the past for a second because none of this is new. It's old trash. I really hope the kids here know that. This is not new. I grew up, as many of us here did, in the 80s and 90s, and back then, adults did not talk about LGBT stuff with kids that were so worried about our freaking innocence, okay? And when Ellen DeGeneres came out on network television, there was a huge outcry. The Homophobic Defense of Marriage Act was passed. I don't even want to talk about that. Parents and children cheered. Adults said, God made Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. And you're not gay, everyone gets curious. Trans people weren't even discussed except on Jerry Springer, which was horrible. I didn't know many queer kids growing up. At my high school, there was only one openly gay kid, and his life was a living hell. We had a gym teacher that we were all pretty sure was a lesbian, but nobody was allowed to talk about that, especially not her. I think she was afraid of her job. Is that what we want to do again? It was a dark time, so most of us hid ourselves, and you know what? I was exactly what some of you want your kids to be.
Please direct your comments to the board.
I was afraid even to think about what I might be. I left high school believing I could live as a straight person. I think most of the rest of us did. 20 years passed, and I was able to reconnect with a lot of kids I went to high school with on social media. Scores of us have come out because it didn't work, because whatever your complainants may think, whatever your parental disapproval just isn't powerful enough. Threats of hell and demon are not scary enough, and an old, stupid book, 1,000 times translated, and even a government isn't convincing enough to change who somebody is. Don't be your kids' first bullies. Thank you.
Order. Order, please. Next speaker.
How do we do this here? Just good? Okay. Hi, I'm Zinnia Jones. She, her. Sorry for the bad handwriting. Heather McNamara is my wife. She's crying right now because of this. I'm a proud mother of a child at SCPS and a graduate, and I'm a transgender woman. I'm 34 years old. I've been doing this for a decade. You call that a phase? I am the gender ideology. Here I stand. We are many. We are many. Board members, restore the censored pages of your LGBT students to their yearbook. Make this right. Calling us groomers is a historical blood libel that leads to pogroms of minorities. To kids and parents everywhere, I'll show you exactly how to stop this. Extremist groups are lying to you here about trans people being too mentally incompetent to know our own genders, and they were lying about us when they said that being trans is a contagion we're spreading to other people. That's genocidal rhetoric. Who is responsible? The Christian nationalist legal group Alliance Defending Freedom just ordered those talking points as a legal argument from a hate group in Gainesville called the American College of Pediatricians. They are a fake group. They are not the American Academy of Pediatrics. They are not mainstream. They are about 100 people, about 12 core members. The Alliance Defending Freedom ordered those talking points. The talking points came first. The evidence was an afterthought, just like big tobacco hiring experts to manufacture doubt that smoking causes cancer. Go read the Southern Poverty Law Center today. Go read FloridaBan.com today to see their actual documents we uploaded, where they planned and workshopped these anti-trans talking points themselves. This ends now. I want these queer and trans kids busting open these conspiracies against their lives in the pages of that yearbook. That's journalism. You're only coping with the fallout of this because a governor who's faced allegations of committing acts of torture against detainees at Guantanamo, who were later freed. That's not political, that's the Geneva Convention. Torture is a war crime.
Your time has
Committing
expired.
torture would
Thank
make
you.
someone
Your time has expired. Thank you. Next
Lynn
speaker.
Victor, followed by Alec Pastrana, followed by Sherry Meehan, please.
Happy Pride, School Board and Superintendent Beeman. Happy Pride. Happy Pride to all the staff, parents, and students here tonight. Tonight feels a little like Groundhog's Day to me. It was last year, the same yearbook was in the news again, and not in a good way, as they tried to erase last year's county-wide student walkout objecting to Don't Say Gay. The solution last year was the creation of those stickers disavowing any county-wide sanctioning of last year's student walkout. Fast forward to this year, again, Lyman yearbook, and the request by one or two families to remove the pages recognizing LGBTQ students. By eliminating those pages, you are whitewashing, scrubbing, or are you just pretending that Lyman and every high school in Seminole County does not have LGBTQ students and that their experiences, their authenticity, their reality is not even to even be acknowledged in the Lyman yearbook? But I come here tonight not with just a request for you to recognize and lift up every student in the county, every student in your care, but I also come here with solutions in my purse. I am going to offer you solution number one, a pair of scissors. I will gladly lend them to any family so they can personally cut out the pages they don't want their children to see. I'll even assist them and cut those pages out for them myself. But I do not believe that would be enough for these families, the ostriches for liberty, who want to put their heads in the sand about the rich rainbow of students, teachers, and staff. So let me present to you solution number 2, a Sharpie. What do you think? They can now X out the brown and black kids and their rich history? Check. Then they can X out any Hispanic kids, Muslim, Asian, or Jewish kids. Any student who's not white, Christian, or straight? Check. Caving into a group of bullies or worse, standing by silently, is not who we are or should aspire to be. Please stand together, protecting and celebrating all our children. Do not erase the LGBTQ population in Seminole in this yearbook or any other. Honor the children of Seminole County who deserve to be seen and whose stories deserve to be told.
Time has expired. Thank you. Order, please. Next speaker.
Happy Pride Month. My name is Alec Pastrana, father of a 3-year-old beautiful daughter and future father to a little boy due in October. They are future Seminole County School students. I grew up going to public school, had friends who were afraid to be their true selves, friends who were their true selves while in high school. You know, I can't fathom what it's like to be afraid to be who you really are, express how you really feel. You know, let's be real. Why are we really here? We're here over definitions that are in a dictionary. You know, no reprint should be allowed to the yearbook. I saw what was in the yearbook. 2 pages, always inclusion over exclusion. We are the United States of America, a melting pot of different people from all walks of life. Some teachers are not here due to fear of losing their jobs, pensions, but we are. I'm a proud LGBTQ plus ally, and I will always be here for them. Those who oppose the yearbook pages, they can just simply ignore it, just like they ignore high school school shootings. And since I can only address the school board, if you want free dad hugs, I'm here all night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Order, please. Next speaker.
We're Sherry Meehan, and then we're going to take a 5-minute break if we could. Thank you. Hi.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Meehan, and I'm a proud product of Seminole County Public Schools, and I had 2 children who attended, first of all, Lake Mary, 91. So I had 2 children that attended Lyman High School. They graduated in 2017 and 2019, so it's been a while since I've taken a stand at this podium. So most of your faces have changed. I remember you. You've been here for a while. So I thought I knew what I wanted to say tonight, and after listening to everyone, I realized that there's just a couple things that I want to reiterate here because I'm coming at the end of a lot of information. I was reading some statistics compiled in the 2021 Trevor Project National Survey on LGBTQ youth mental health. 42% of LGBTQ youth considered suicide in the past year. And only 1 in 3 LGBTQ youth found their home to be LGBTQ affirming. What I get from this is that when these students walk into our classrooms and they meet teachers and other students, the acceptance that they are given for who they are, what their pronouns are, can mean the world of difference. And when one of my students, my oldest, was a student, I didn't know that I was going to be the proud parent of a transgender child. But at the age of 21, they came out to me. And I am still more proud of them than ever that they could stand up and be who they are. And my hope for them is that if they were in the school system now, that they would receive the same respect and support from their teachers that they did when they attended school under their assigned name at birth. So thank you all for your time tonight, and obviously
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Order, please.
Board members, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
All right, guys.
We've got it. Vice Chair Sanchez asked to read one statement.
I'm
please.
just going to read this one more time, just out of courtesy. Please remember that all comments are directed to the board members and not to address the audience, please. And respect each other, please. We can agree to disagree, but please, guys, let's respect each other. Thank you.
Thank you. So first up is Yara Dagan Calmarino, I think. Thank you. Followed by Carmela DiTama, followed by Heather Wilkie.
Thank you so much for your time, Superintendent Beeman and the school board. I'm standing here tonight as a proud Seminole County resident of 22 years, a proud ally, and a parent of 2 Seminole County public school students. I'm extremely disappointed in our district right now and the decision to erase and offer refunds for the 2 pages in the Lyman High School yearbook. I would like to know what is happening in our state, our district, and our schools. Our amazing teachers are leaving in droves. Instead of focusing on my children's education and their well-rounded education, I see you in our district catering to a hate group preaching about parents' choice, which is the exact opposite of what's being offered to me as a parent. My children don't have the option of having book libraries in their schools because of banned books, because our teachers are not able to choose educational books that I grew up reading. When I feel like this hate needs to stop and we need to refocus on what's important as a school board, which is education and inclusivity and not erasing our history. I want to know why the offering of erasing this yearbook and the representation of this group is even being offered. I feel like that is a reactionary response to a couple of people instead of focusing on education, homelessness, inclusivity. I want you to understand that while I am an ally, some of my child's friends do not have that parent support at home, so they need that in our school. They need their teachers to be able to welcome them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Carmela?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. I'm here as a mom of 20 years and as a teacher of 34 years. I'm going to speak as a mom, though, because as a teacher, I have far fewer rights now. And we're being watched. And that's a scary thought. But that's what this has all come to. So I'm going to speak as a mom. I'm here to stand up as a mom with children who live in a free country. And we're making news again. But the news story is not that America's public schools are endangering our kids, because that's made up. We heard a lot of accusations today about what goes on in classrooms. I'm disgusted by where some people's minds are allowed to go. Were you ever taught that in school? Because that hasn't changed. Some of you are
Please
very,
direct
very
comments to the
misinformed.
board.
I'm sorry. Then let me address you. Please do not cater to those false accusations. You are the school board. You know the quality of teachers that are licensed in the state. You know the level of scrutiny that we undergo with our lesson plans, with our assessments. You know that this doesn't happen. And yet, because of some vocal few who have political ties, their purpose is not to save our children. It is not to educate our children. Their purpose is to get certain individuals elected. They are well funded by right-wing extremist groups. This is fact. And so I urge you not to give in to those kinds of impulses and to please be the professional school board that you have been elected to be. And don't allow somebody in Tallahassee to bully you either, because we stand together. And this is very, very important.
Your time has expired.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Order, please.
Heather Wilkie.
Hello, thank you. My name is Heather Wilkie. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the executive director of a local nonprofit organization called Zebra Youth that provides life-saving resources for LGBTQ+ youth. I'm also a licensed mental health counselor, and for the past 8 years, I have seen hundreds of LGBTQ+ youth come through our doors, many of whom are struggling with mental health challenges and experiencing homelessness, issues that are most often related to how they've been treated at home and in the schools. We know statistically that our LGBTQ+ students are at a much greater risk for anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideation. A 2022 survey conducted by the Trevor Project found that 45% of LGBTQ+ youth attempted suicide last year. This research also found that this number can be reduced by nearly half when students have support in their schools. School yearbooks are created for students by students. They serve for the purpose of preserving memories that we all look back on years into adulthood. Yearbooks are items that students and parents can choose whether or not to purchase. As a parent, I find it appalling that 1 or 2 parents can complain and are given the power to have 2 pages removed from a yearbook that represents part of a student population. As a therapist, my heart breaks for the young people that have now had their photos and memories erased just to appease those 2 parents. It is our responsibility as adults to not only protect our children, but uplift and support them and ensure their safety and from bullying and social isolation. Whether you agree or disagree with someone's sexual orientation and gender identity, LGBTQ students exist and deserve to be seen and heard. This is absolutely shameful place in history when we single out specific groups of students and remove their memories from a yearbook. For all the LGBTQ students, I would like to tell you that Zebra Youth is here as a resource for you. You are seen, you are important, and you are heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Order, please. Next speaker.
Raquel Molino, followed by Jessica Tillman, followed by Thomas. Did you already spoke, I think? Sorry. Stephen Cornea. Thank you.
I'm ready. Now you can hear me? Good evening, all. Wow. It has been very interesting this evening, and I'm not surprised with the things that are occurring in Lyman High School. I can tell you firsthand. And by the way, to you all, Moms for Liberty group is not a hate group, okay?
Order.
I can
Allow
tell
her
you
to speak.
firsthand as well. I highly suggest Seminole County Public School to include the following terms and definitions in all future yearbooks: bullying, discrimination, retaliation, gaslighting, denial of faith. It's not the school's mission to groom or promote alternative lifestyles, but to just provide all students, including LGBTQ, ESE students, all of them, the appropriate education required by the law. How difficult is that? All students. By the way, Emily's graduation photo and baby photos were omitted from her yearbook. Perhaps that was done intentionally due to retaliation against this mom over here for advocating for her. I'm sure it was. Protect all kids, ESE kids, LGBT kids, all kids, please. And Moms for Liberty group, thanks to them for supporting me instead of you guys that were supposed to be supporting my special needs child. Thank you.
Order, please.
Jessica Tillman, followed by Stephen Cornea, followed by Kyle Moore, I think.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Tillman. It is disappointing that a yearbook advisor created a controversial yearbook yet again. It is highly inappropriate to put definitions of gender identities in a yearbook. This violates sunshine laws and makes it sound like glorifying and normalizing being promiscuous. For students in grades 6 through 12, awareness of benefits of sexual abstinence as the expected standard and the consequence of teenage pregnancy. Are we no longer teaching two genders in biology class? This is in the calendar section and is under October for LGBTQ plus History Month, which is a proclamation, and last board discussion on this topic, we should not do proclamations. So the board stance is no proclamations, yet a teacher is allowed to make proclamations. I also noticed that they have a page for Black History Month, but no other group was represented. Why? No Hispanic Heritage Month, no Nuclear Family Month, no Autism Awareness Month. I agree we should not be doing proclamations. We should be unifying our students, not dividing and marginalizing them. Why wasn't the GSA Club listed in the club section? There are quite a number of quotes all over the book by many different students and were not questioned. This was in a yearbook class and must follow education standards. Nobody is calling this group names. Nobody is saying this group does not exist. We want all kids supported, and if they need extra resources, please provide them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Order, please. Next speaker.
Stephen Cornia, former teacher, Seminole County Public Schools. House Bill 1557 guarantees parents the right to determine what is best for their child's education. It does not give parents the right to determine what is best for my child or any other parent's children's education. Recently, once again, Lyman has made the news for having pages of their yearbook having to be reprinted, this time for definitions on a page that was designed to promote empathy and understanding of the LGBTQ plus community, a community that many of our students, parents, and families are member of. Apparently, this was a result of two parent complaints to the school district and the Board of Education saying that such words in a yearbook that no one was required to purchase could have a deleterious and harmful effect on our youth. Two parents deciding what is right for an entire community. That's ridiculous. That being said, I didn't realize it was this easy. As such, with apologies to Jonathan Swift, whose books have been banned since the 18th century, I'd like to make the following modest proposals. That the district pull all copies of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory from district libraries, as it contributes to eating disorders, childhood obesity, and lifelong health issues. Hashtag Save Augustus Gloop. That the district ban the playing the Star-Spangled Banner at all sporting events, because according to noted musicians Peter, Paul, and Mary, it's really one giant drug metaphor. And they should know they wrote Puff the Magic Dragon. The district banned Charlotte's Web because spiders are scary and the preferential treatment given to Wilbur might have a deleterious effect and offend the sensibilities of the lamb, the goose, and the old sheep. And lastly, if the words on the LGBT page of Lyman's yearbook are so potentially damaging to our youth, I believe the district should go further. I would like to request that the superintendent go through each dictionary in the county and redact the words gender identity, sexual orientation, transgender, lesbian, gay, tolerance, acceptance, inclusion, and understanding and love from those books. I'm guessing there are about 10,000 of them, so you might want to get started. Here's my Sharpie. And while you're at it, you might want to blot out the words ignorant, narrow-minded, hateful, ridiculous, and laughingstock. Because if you listen to the first, you'll come across as a second and make our district into the third. Thank you.
Thank you.
Order, please. Next speaker.
I think Kyle Moore, followed by Madeline Probst, followed by Matthew Hutshelter. Hi.
Hi, I'm Kyle Moore with Women's Voices of Southwest Florida. I'm queer, if you can't tell. I have been queer. I've always been queer. I always will be queer. This is who I am, and I promise you that my existence is not political. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. According to Seminole County Public Schools policy, and I got this from your website, I've got it here so that I make sure that I get it right. It is the policy of the school board of Seminole County, Florida, that no employee, student, or applicant shall be excluded from participating in, be denied the benefits of, or subjected to discrimination and or harassment under any educational programs, activity, or in any employment conditions, policies, or practices conducted by the district. The school board does not discriminate on the basis of race, color, national origin, sex, including sexual orientation, transgender status, or gender identity, disability, pregnancy, marital status, age, religion, ancestry, or genetic information. Goes on to talk about what bills provide that. And that, I can't read. It's just small print. Every employee, student, or applicant for employment at Seminole County Public Schools has the solemn right to be treated fairly, equally, equitably, and with dignity. What this is discrimination, and there's no other way to put it. And unfortunately, this is discrimination because of one Planned Parenthood under the support of a tropical Hitler.
Thank you.
Order, please. Next speaker.
Madeline Props, followed by Matthew Hodghelder. Hi.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Madeline Probst. I am the Policy Director of Florida High School Democrats. I will be speaking on behalf of them. I am also on the Youth Council with JJ, who you heard earlier. I would like to propose 3 questions to you ladies of the board. Firstly, if the simple mention of the sexualities, which myself and many of my fellow students identify with, is perverse, what about me, a 17-year-old girl, is perverse in nature to the point that I should be removed from school yearbooks? Secondly, if these words are the problem and not the students themselves, why are we not showing the same amount of anger to the students who spew hate? Last year, just alone, I'm also president of the TSA, during the homecoming parade, when we were walking down with other clubs, we were called faggots, dykes, other horrible slurs towards our identity, and the school did nothing because there were too many people there to reprimand anyone. How is this not a national headline, but a yearbook is when the words are not hateful, they are definite? How is this okay? And when are you going to start protecting me? I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want to be standing in front of hundreds of people getting slurs yelled at me because of something I can't control. And lastly, I would like to ask you this. If this is indoctrinating our children by telling them that, hey, gay people exist, lesbians exist, transgender people exist. I am a lesbian. I have a girlfriend. I've kissed her. I've held her hand. Do any of you want to have sex with a woman? Thank you.
Order. Next speaker.
Matthew.
I'm good. Yes, ma'am. Hi, thank you for having me tonight. As a graduate of a Seminole County Public High School, I just want to start with saying there is no agenda, there is no clandestine indoctrination. That is a fantasy and it is a fiction and it does not exist in reality. And I have no clue why anyone would come before this body and try to propagate that lie. The children that are affected by this decision are kids living in accordance with the rules of Seminole County Public Schools, the laws of Seminole County, the Florida Constitution, and the United States Constitution. What offense was so great that these individuals are relegated to a separate book? What have they done to not be trusted and treated the same as their fellow students? This is a question of civil liberties and a question of civil rights, a question of the Equal Protections Clause of the 14th Amendment. For those who feel uncomfortable to living in a free society, this is the cost. If you want to live in a free society, you're going to feel uncomfortable. There's nothing you can do about that. And especially when we have a mental health crisis in my generation, this generation, why are we seriously considering exacerbating feelings of rejection and loneliness? How can we ask children of my generation to love their society if the love they are supposed to give they are not receiving from that society? A new world is here whether we seek it or not. Trying to fight a fantasy will only result in the failing of the next generation to the challenges that they face. Are we truly building a strong society if we cannot let people be different? It was Franklin Delano Roosevelt who said that a society and a country does not have to be cruel to be tough. And beyond that, bullying and discrimination and retaliation and the people that are made a controversy, they are not the people who wanted to be represented. They are not the people who want to live in a free society in accordance with their own will. They are the people that are trying to force their minority will on a peaceful majority. And with that, I rest my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Order.
Okay, I'm going to go through the list of people that did not respond real quickly. Carrie or Corey Hill, Deanna Maggie, Brittany Walker, and Hunter Brantsner. Are any of you here? Okay. Superintendent, back to you.
board members wanted to give you an update on where we are in regards to the Lyman High School review. As you all know, that post-distribution, post-publication, that we received a number of complaints and concerns that was focused on the 2 pages in the Lyman High School book. The principal did confirm, he went through the process of review prior to and determined that in his opinion, that it met the policies of the board. And so the district at this point is doing a review of the process, the policies, and the law of the entire situation. As we are moving forward in our review, I did offer to the parents of the Lyman High School students the opportunity to receive a refund or a reprint so that we can continue our review. And I've expanded my request in regards to that to see if there are additional procedures that we should consider in regards to the school-sponsored publications that are outlined in 5722, our board policy. So that's where we're at in regards to this particular situation. There were a number of statements made, and I do want to make sure that there's been no disciplinary action for any employee. And the review request that I made was so that we have the opportunity to look at this situation and we have the opportunity to determine whether or not there are additional procedures that we need to put into place to best address the situation. So that's where we're at in regards to this particular matter.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any final comments? Member Penick, you're first.
I thank you to every single person that came out and spoke tonight. Just because we don't have a dialogue with you does not mean that we do not care. We are available for conversation. We have no intention of erasing any student voice. I think doing our due diligence is the right thing to do. I am sad that I'm sad that we're here again. I'm sad that we're here again.
Thank you. Member Davis? Member Garrick?
I just want to say thank you, each and every one, for being here tonight and being so passionate about our students. I would like to read the mission of SCPS, which when I took my oath, I agreed to uphold. The mission of SCPS is to ensure all students acquire the knowledge, skills, and attitudes to be productive citizens. This is my commitment, and I will continue to serve to the best of my ability and make sure that I can uphold this mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Sanchez.
I also want to say thank you for everyone for being here. As an educator for over 26 years and being in the DOE for 35 years, seeing the changes that have happened in our society saddened me. And nobody should feel excluded or not loved. I am for everyone. I have been on the news numerous times stating that. I champion for all children, and every single one matters. And I don't care what anyone is, because bottom line is we educate all. And it's important for everyone to know that we love and care for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just add my thanks to everyone that stuck it out with us through 66 comments. I think it is my goal that Seminole County is a safe place for all students, and I will continue working within the law to provide that environment for all of our students. That's my promise to you. I hope you have a good evening. It's been a very long day. Thank you for being here. The meeting is adjourned.